We're gonna get rolling here. We've got several bills, and we are going to start with a bill from the governor, the Chesapeake Bay Legacy Act, Senate Bill 428. And I'm going to call up. We've got two panels from the executive branch. I've got Secretary Addix. Why don't you come up here? I'm going to call the first panel, which is Kevin Addix, our Ag Secretary, Josh Kurtz, Maryland Department of Natural Resources, and we're going to go with Safer Atul from the governor's office. So that is panel number one, and then we're going to go to a second panel after that, and then we'll take some other testimony. So, Secretary Addix, do you want to start, or who wants to lead off? Whoever,
I will defer to Safer Atul.
Okay, Safe, why don't you lead off, and you guys take the time you need to present Senate Bill 428.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. Sarah, good to see you. For the record, all right, hopefully everybody can hear me. For the record, my name is Safer Atul, Deputy Legislative Officer for Governor Moore, and it is really great to be here with all of you to talk about all the fun things that we're about to do with our Chesapeake Bay. So I appreciate this opportunity to testify on behalf of the Chesapeake Bay Legacy Act that reflects our shared responsibility to protect and restore Maryland's greatest natural treasure. Maryland currently is at a turning point for the Chesapeake Bay's future and, of course, the industries that the Bay supports. With the Governor Moore chairing the Chesapeake Bay Executive Council, Maryland has a unique opportunity to take bold actions, accelerate restoration efforts, and reaffirm Maryland's leadership in safeguarding the vital resource that we have. The governor's legislation proposes a comprehensive strategy to accelerate Bay restoration that is built on science and shaped by conversations with stakeholders, our watermen, and conservationists to modernize the way we protect our waterways while also supporting the industries that rely on the Bay and contribute to our economy. This is somewhat of a long bill, but I'll try to keep my remarks very brief. And I get to do this because I have two of our awesome secretaries here with me who will go a lot more in depth on the bill itself, including highlighting various regenerative farming practices, establishing a unique and sustainable fish processing method called ikejime, and modernizing our 4-decade-old water quality monitoring program. This has been a year-long process with our departments collaborating with stakeholders, our farmers, our watermen, to identify a suite of recommendations to modernize the way we protect our waterways, while supporting the industries around the Bay that contributes nearly $500 million to the Maryland economy. Based on those conversations, we're offering a number of amendments to the legislation today that highlights the funding mechanism for the Leaders in Environmentally Engaged Farming pilot program, authorizing the department to incorporate citizen-driven water quality data, and offering further clarification on our fisheries management process. Simply put, this is a comprehensive legislation provides a unique opportunity for Maryland to step up and make real progress for the Bay's future. With that, I respectfully ask for a favorable report from the committee, and I'll pass it to Secretary Addix.
Okay, Secretary Addix.
Thank you very much. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee, very much appreciate the opportunity to co-present this bill. I will stick to the agricultural components of the bill, and then Secretary Kurtz will talk about fisheries and all of the other potentially very delicious elements of this bill. We'll start with the leaders in environmentally engaged farming, which it shouldn't be the first time you've heard that. We discussed it a bit during the Chesapeake Bay briefing. It is what we're looking to be a transformational way of how we manage, how we encourage, and how we assess conservation on farms related not just to the Chesapeake Bay, but also to soil health, climate, water, and so on. It is an incentive program. It will be over time through lots of community input that we're currently in the process right now of engaging with members of the conservation and certainly the farming and the environmental and the research communities. There will be a series of practices which are developed. Those practices will then be assessed and assigned values based on how important we believe as a state those are to our conservation and our community efforts. And then there will be tiers developed so that a farmer who is engaging in these practices will accrue points and enter a certain tier. And so over time, we imagine that farmers will earn, those who are participating in the program, a LEAF score. And what will that get you, you might ask? There will be incentives that come along with it. There will be funds to potentially help them install these practices and maintain these practices. Over time, there could be other things. There could be tax credits based on your LEAF score. There could be priorities in terms of the loans or the programs that you can enter, maybe the rates that you enter, or the priority access to those programs based on your LEAF score. So very excited about this program. It's coming in as a voluntary program, and you will see that it is to be funded through a budget allocation of $900,000, which will allow us to stand up the program and begin paying for practices. The second part of the bill that I will point out is related to regenerative practices and traditions. We are in partnership with the Department of Natural Resources moving forward one of the nation's first definitions of regenerative practices and traditions. And we are embedding it in our soil health law, our statute. And one of the great things about it is that, again, it's not a requirement and it's not mandating anything, but it is giving voice to our farmers in the state who are very interested in pursuing these practices. And we're very excited about it. So please look for that in the bill. And then the final piece is something I'm overstepping my bounds a bit. It's something in DNR's code, but it's directly related to farming. The Department of Natural Resources, the state, is the single largest holder of agricultural land in Maryland. And when you think about that, and you also think about a new or beginning farmer not having access to land, because we are also a state that has incredibly high property values, increasing by the day, it is hard if you do not come from land to obtain agricultural land. Enter DNR. Through this bill, DNR will gain the flexibility to create new parameters for new farmers, existing farmers to access state land in a way that's not on a year-to-year, that is potentially longer leases, and that potentially prefers certain types of farming practices that are aiming to improve the soil on state lands, improve the health of the land. So with those, we ask for your support, and I look forward to questions.
Okay, Secretary Kurtz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Kurtz, Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources. As Secretary Addick said, we're very excited about this provision, which would give us greater flexibility to work with the agricultural community to provide access to the land, but also to provide access in a way that helps improve our soil health. As the stewards of that land, we're always looking to create ecological uplift, make those places better, and this will give us an opportunity to continue to do that, working in partnership with our ag community. There are several other provisions to this bill. I'm going to now run through all of them as quickly as possible. But I wanted to start kind of with the bedrock, which is science and data. And that's why this bill has a provision to overhaul and expand and improve our water quality monitoring program. What this does is it actually creates for the first time a water quality monitoring program in statute at the Department of Natural Resources. And what we'll be able to do now is work really closely with citizens, with nonprofits, academia, to be able to start incorporating more data. A key piece of what we want to do with this program is expand and create tools that allow us to operate in real time. And an example of that is the Virginia Institute of Marine Science. They have a tool that allows us to in real time track dissolved oxygen, which we can then give our heads up. If you are a pound netter and you have fish that are going to potentially be killed by dissolved oxygen, we want to get to that space where we can be a lot more real time with our understanding of water quality. staying in the water, we have several provisions related to the commercial fishing space and aquaculture. And for the fisheries management component, so in the commercial space, what we're looking at is building on conversations around climate adaptive fisheries, really understanding that this ecosystem is changing. And with change is actually coming opportunity. And so I think two ways that we've really learned about this is in our emerging shrimp fishery and in the Jonah crab fishery. But what we found is the way that we have done our fisheries management and through statute, it creates delays in us being able to issue permits for these fisheries. And so what we're looking to do is to adjust the way that that's done and give us greater authority to, through regulation, develop these new permits and pilot programs that currently we have to first take through statute. And as Safe said, we have worked on a number of amendments, which we'd be happy to discuss as well, to clarify and ensure that we are still going through the same fisheries management plan. We still have robust public participation, and that what we're able to do is just be more nimble on issuing permits for new and emerging species. In the aquaculture space, I think it's important for us to think about how we sit regionally. Last year was one of the best years for aquaculture in Maryland's history. We did 94,000 bushels. But if you look at how we're compared to other states, they're doing hundreds of thousands of bushels every year. And so what we've recognized is that we have some issues related to how we do our regulatory process. Mostly it's that our lease paperwork and our permit applications really overlap. And so what we're doing in this bill is expanding that timeline and ensuring that we're able to give the farmers, the oyster farmers and the clam farmers, the ability to get their paperwork in and still apply for their permits, and in keeping the department from having any delays in ensuring those are moving forward smoothly. The third piece, and Safe referenced this, is incorporating EKGME so that we can pilot to better understand this opportunity. This actually comes out of conversations with the country of Japan that was facilitated by the Secretary of State, and some demand side request for EKGME, if you will, which is a harvest process, quality fish from some of our restaurants here in Maryland and regionally. And so what this would do would create an opportunity for watermen to work directly with restaurants using this harvest technique and providing the fish. This harvest technique is unique in that it works to control rigor mortis, and by doing so, it improves the quality of the fish meat. And I can attest to that, having eaten a decent amount of it recently. Also, the last piece of this, too, that I wanted to highlight is related to the whole Watershed Act. Thank you to you all for the passage of that piece of legislation last year. What this bill does is it creates a streamlined permitting process where MDE, DNR, and our federal partners will come together on the front end of the project applications, and then we can actually create novel permitting approaches so that instead of just permitting each project, we're permitting it holistically across the area. So that's just a summary of the provisions in this piece of legislation. I would respectfully urge a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Whoever wants to answer, I know that there was some pushback on the bill as drafted from the Waterman Association and some other related groups. So my understanding is that, and I think Safe, you had mentioned earlier about a series of amendments, and we don't need to get into the minutia, but just more broadly, is it your sense that at least these amendments attempt to address several, if not all, of some of the concerns that have been raised? I just want to get a flavor right at the outset on that.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a lot of their concerns, and majority of them, have been addressed through those amendments, but I'll defer to Secretary Kurtz to articulate them a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think there's still a couple pieces we want to continue to work through with our watermen to ensure that this is something everybody's comfortable with.
Speaking of the watermen, we're going to go to Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the presentation. I think there's a little bit of a disconnect between the amendments that we literally just received this morning and the bill and the feedback from the watermen. And when I say disconnect, my remarks are focused on the fisheries part of the bill. And I will share with you the testimony from the Watermen's Association of Worcester County, along with the, I know the Talbot Watermen's Association, went through the original bill. So that's what everybody was working off of. And some of my constituents actually spent the weekend, Sunday night, they're still texting me. And I had said that I understood there were, amendments, but this isn't just an amendment or two. We're talking about, kind of a full-scale rewrite of the fisheries section. If you go through this, first of all, there was concern that there wasn't meaningful participation or input from the fisheries community from the start, because I think a lot of this we could have avoided in a 28-page bill. So number one, it's 28 pages, so that's very large and very encompassing. So you already have some suggestions of why don't you just separate the ag piece from the fisheries piece. And then specifically to the fisheries, many of the species listed within the bill are already co-managed effectively through the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council. So there's, a confusion, I think, about the management overall. So my constituents and other watermen across the state are looking at this. Are they following the Atlantic States Fishery Management Council fishery management plans? Are they following the Federal Regional Council management plans? Are they following Maryland management plans? Who decides which one's going to take precedent if the three plans are in conflict with each other? And there was just an overall question that my constituents had. And again, this is focused on the fisheries part. What were we trying to either accomplish or fix with the whole fisheries management? What was wrong with the current process? What are we trying to fix? And again, we literally just received the amendments, which, again, you haven't been able to do a cross-section line by line. But, the original read is that we're talking about a whole-scale rewrite to address the very serious issues that the watermen have brought up with the fisheries section of this legislation.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Croza, and I think that's a really good point. So the intent of the bill remains the same, which is to give us greater regulatory authority for these new and emerging fishery species. And so in the amendments, what we looked to do was re-clarify. We put species back. We eliminated some of the striking through of the species to really clarify what you touched on, which was who is kind of the ultimate in terms of responsibility for those different species. So we inserted some of the species back in that are managed by Maryland. The call out to the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission is a call out to the species management plans that are derived from Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. And we added that additional caveat for supplemental plans if we felt that there was additional management that was needed from those ASMFC managed species. So what we're looking to do in the amendments in front of you is get back into there and really clarify that, because we heard that concern and we want to make sure that everybody understands, these are the ASMFC species, these are Maryland specific, and then these are kind of additional components that we could add on if need be. So that is several of the amendments are directly related to that concern.
Okay, so again, we're just receiving these, but in the original legislation, under current law, as I understand it, for instance, in Worcester County, the watermen, they must be given reasonable notice of public hearings related to fishery management plans for the coastal bays, which I represent. The proposed legislation, the original, removed that requirement.
So it did not. So the fisheries management plan components and the process remains the same. So that is really the most important part of this. We want to stay focused on kind of building those fisheries management plans out through reg, just like we do now. What it would do, what it was originally proposed to do was remove those specific statutory call outs to those species and give us regulatory authority to continue to manage those species. So we weren't looking to eliminate fisheries management plans or make changes to the process to the management plan or the fisheries that are being managed. What we're looking to do is shift that responsibility to the regulatory side instead of having to come in and add to, in statute, individual species every time we have something that's emerging.
But so you're looking to supposedly streamline. But yet, there's a lot of confusion because you have this Atlantic States Fisheries Management Council, you've got the federal, regional council management plans, you got the Maryland management plans. So there's a lot of confusion on what are we following here? And so how do we ensure that Maryland has the flexibility, especially when we're dealing with something with other states? So this has caused a lot of confusion.
Absolutely. Yes, and we've heard that loud and clear, and we've been working through those amendments in partnership with several different members of the waterman community. And I think, again, like what we're trying to do here is not take out any fisheries management plans or change the actual fisheries management plan process. It will still have robust participation. One of the amendments you'll see is putting back the advisory committees explicitly called out in there. Our plan was to move that into the regulatory space, but having that certainty, we completely understand. We did add a piece in the amendments for additional advisory committees in case we, again, have new and emerging species that we want to create advisory committees for.
So the commissions that were originally removed, which were the Tidal Fisheries Advisory Commission, the Sports Fisheries Advisory Commission, and the Oyster Advisory Commission, they were removed in the original legislation. Now you're saying that they will be restored in the amendments?
So yes, the call out to them was restored, but not the statute that enables and sets them up and sets out the process. So we are just leaving that call out to them because we were going to continue to use them in the fisheries management process. And we heard that by removing them, there was concern that we wouldn't be following through with TFAC and SFAC and the others. So we added them back in and then added in that additional line, which is what we were going for. It was, if we needed to add advisory committees, we could do that as well.
So other members have questions, but obviously with the seriousness of these questions and the overall confusion, it seems to me we need a whole work group offline to either separate this or to study what we're doing with these amendments or what we're trying to accomplish with the overall bill. And that would be my request, is that, Mr. Chair, that it's not going to be an amendment or two, that we really need to make sure and that our watermen are fully engaged in that process with the rewrite.
Okay, let's go to Vice Chair Kagan, then Senator Augustino for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretaries, Safe, thank you for your testimony and thank you for your work on this important issue. I have a question for each of the secretaries, briefly, starting with Secretary Addix, the Department of Ag. Can you tell us more about the LEAF program that you're proposing to create? And has it been done in any other states? How successful is it? How do you think it will be effective in Maryland?
Appreciate the question, Madam Vice Chair. So we are the first to take a leap in this type of incentive-based programming. We have already received questions as word has begun to come out from the secretaries and commissioners in other states asking how it's going, and I warn them it's we're still in the formative stages of it. There has been interest among the farming community in it, and certainly from the conservation community. One of the things that we love about it is that right now we've got probably 20 programs within our department, various levels, dealing with soil, dealing with manure, best management practices. Then we've got market development programs, and what this will do is bring it all together and allow us to assign values and encourage folks, kind of in an ongoing onboarding navigation process. When a farmer reaches out to our department from any of those different programs, they're now being shown the menu for LEAF. We'll get into this program, and while you are growing vegetables on the shore and doing it in a regenerative way or a traditional way, whatever it might be, if you're using less fertilizer, you get points for that. If you're working with UMCs on a research project, you get points for that. If you're donating some of that food as a community best practice to the food bank, which is something we should be encouraging, then you get points for that. So it's a little more holistic than just conservation. And I will tell you, as we've briefed our many programs within our department, there's great interest because they see the fusion that will occur whereas right now everybody's doing their own thing and meeting with farmers at different levels on their own time with their own programs and practices. This brings the apple farmers who are struggling to sell their crops into our marketing programs, and while they're there, into our conservation programs, and connects them with food banks, et cetera, et cetera.
So just to follow up briefly, so someone's a really diligent and engaged partner who's farming. What do they do with all these points that they've earned?
So a couple of things.
What's
We've talked with farmers who are looking at, and first of all, farmers are, as we say a lot, the original environmentalists. They're very engaged in conservation. So we imagine and we envision that there will be a number of farmers who, when they join this program, they're going to get, a points accrued already. So they may come out of it with a leaf gold, we're still working out the nomenclature, but a leaf gold or a leaf platinum. What do you do with that? Well, yes, there's a sign on the road, and yes, there's a badge on your website, but it can also go in your produce boxes. It can also go into your pitches when you're trying to sell your products to, DPCS in the state. You can say, I'm LEAF certified, and this is what it means. Like there's a value behind it. And it will incorporate other programs. There's bay-friendly farming, which our soil conservation group puts together. There's organic certification, GAP certification. All of these things, whatever you come in with, we will be able to assign values to that. In addition to the hardcore metrics of trying to meet the bay goals and looking at water quality and all the traditional conservation efforts, we're also looking to expand it to be more about conservation plus community.
So Secretary Addix, the way you're talking about it, leaf gold and leaf platinum sounds very much like LEED gold and LEED platinum for buildings.
It is based upon that same concept where, again, you don't need to build a green building, but if you do, here's the menu of options. And, there is something to be said for gamifying. I've talked to a number of developers who say, the local jurisdiction is incentivizing me to go higher. I'm going to get tax breaks. The higher LEED I build my building.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Secretary Addix. And Mr. Chair, just briefly to Secretary Kurtz. On page 28, lines 6 through 9, it proposes that this bill sunset after 5 years. And I just wonder if you could explain what the thinking is on that. And if that's a question for Mr. Ratul instead.
What was the line number?
Page 28, lines 6 through 9, the end.
No.
It sunsets, and I'm just wondering what the thinking is. Are we going through this whole negotiation again in 5 years or 4 years?
So that part impacts on section 1, which is the LEAF program for the legislation.
Oh, so that I should have kept it on Secretary Addix then, sorry. Why do we want to create something awesome and exciting and then have to figure out how to come back to get it enhanced?
Madam Vice Chair, that's a great
extended.
question. I'll pass it to Secretary Addix, but we're creating a pilot program, first of its kind. We need to be able to really understand how the program is working and such, and giving us the flexibility so that we can come back to General Assembly, showcase our metrics, showcase that the ROI for this project is applicable. But Mr. Secretary, go ahead if I missed anything.
Frankly, we don't mind the accountability of having to come back and prove
Precisely.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe it's just two parts of the bill, but there is it looks like it's getting money from the trees or from trees. So which part of the bill, or is it all of the bill that's paid for or potentially looking to the tree dollars?
So I thank you, Senator, for the question. I can speak to the LEAF program, which the original proposal when this was drafted in the way back time was that we would take what was an underutilized fund with fund balance within our department, which was Tree Solutions now. The department was receiving $2.5 million annually. We were actually only able to make use of, because of demand, technical assistance, et cetera, about $500,000 of it. So we, in first thinking, came in to say, all right, can we use some of the balance, the $2 million-ish, and make use of that toward building out the LEAF program and using it for incentives. New thinking prevailed over the subsequent month or two, and you saw in the governor's budget announcement that Tree Solutions Now money at the Department of Agriculture was an example of money that was underutilized. Let's pull back the money that is underutilized at various agencies, departments, et cetera, make use of those in different ways. So through the Budget Reconciliation and Finance Act, you will see a reduction from $2.5 million in Tree Solutions Now money at MDA to $500,000, which was what we have been able to make use of. And then separately, you will see an appropriation and allocation for the actual LEAF program.
Okay.
So it's hypothetical of if this bill were to pass, if the BRFA were to pass.
Understood.
Right.
So basically, all of the cost of the bill is the LEAF program? Is that true?
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
And so the rest of the bill, the other parts, the efficiencies and everything else can be done with existing resources.
Yes, and the goal for the bill was to really optimize policy and build off of our existing resources and ensure that we're able to deliver, the best programming. And I think that's what we've seen when we look at the BAIT program more holistically, is we've recognized that we're in a space where we've got a very strong foundation. It's about optimizing the policies to help us continue to kind of improve on the return we're getting. And we feel that we're able to do that with our existing budget pots.
Okay, Mr. Chair, one more on that. So that's very helpful, because we're in a real challenging time, from a financial standpoint. And so the LEAF program then, and I guess that's the 2 FTEs that you're presuming is 900,000, right?
Yes.
Are there any offsets or anything for that 900, or this is just that's an investment that the Department of Agriculture is proposing that we make, this 900,000?
To use your words, yes, it's an investment that the Department of Agriculture is encouraging the state to make, because it is not just about conservation, as we've seen, with our Bay goals and our local incentives as well. There's an incredible need to continue incentivizing practices on farms, and the goal for the personnel is to make sure that we've got the navigators and the assessors, the folks who can ensure that this money is actually bringing results. So as we put these practices on farms, there will need to be the associated inspectors going out to verify that, in fact, those practices, which are counting toward our Bay goals, counting toward our conservation and community goals, are actually being implemented, are actually being sustained.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yep. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Augustine. I'm going to ask a couple of follow-ups on that areas, but then I want to turn to the water monitoring section. So in the bill on page 6, where it talks about the fund, where it creates, on line 10, the LEAF program, and the department is funding it, it's administrating it, it's creating a separate fund, right? Lines 15 through 16 says that for 5 years, basically 2026 through 31, it may receive up to $2 million of that money. Can you just, where does that money come from again? Is that yeah. Is that the money you were just?
It's the money I was referencing that was Tree Solutions Now money was the basis for this program, and now there is a separate appropriation being proposed.
And what's the current, how much is currently allocated to planting trees in the tree fund that we created?
Today, currently now, $2.5 million comes to MDA for use in planting trees. within certain parameters. We're not just out planting trees. We're planting trees on farms
all
and,
for trees.
you know,
No, no, no.
silviculture, et cetera. And we have been able to make use of, based on demand, 500,000.
Okay, and so, so 2 million, though, so if there's, according to this, you have to set aside 2 million, up to 2 million for the LEAF program. So then that would leave the 500,000 just for planting trees. Is that correct?
The way
I mean,
this
you were
is,
saying 900,000, but the bill says up to 200. So you would have to put the 2 million in reserve in order to achieve that.
I'll play
Yeah.
traffic cop for a
Okay,
moment and
okay.
say that there are a couple of moving parts. So there's this bill right here, which has, the presumption is status quo, $2.5 million tree solution. We've been using up to 500,000 for trees. We could, if we had the capability and interest from the community, use up to 2.5 million. But in the meantime, we're authorizing up to 2 million of the $2.5 million be used toward the LEAF program. So that's what the bill as drafted contemplates.
Understood.
There is an amendment, I believe, which Mr. Ratul could mention.
Yes, Senator. So there's one of the first amendment that looks into and aligns the legislation with the governor's proposal in the BARFA, which in the BARFA, the underutilized or unutilized Tree Solution Now Act fund to the Department of Ag is it's trimmed to 500,000 or $500,000. And it creates an additional program, which is the LEAF program, that authorizes up to $900,000. So that is the first amendment that we'll see the list of the amendment. So the first amendment strikes out on page 6 from line 15 through line 20 and replaces that with aligning that with the governor's BARFA.
Okay, and then just another line, which again is kind of curious, is the line 19 and 20, where it says the department determines will not be able to be used. So I think this has come up in other plans, that the fact that from a policy perspective, when we drafted the bill, there was a need, or it was determined that in order to fulfill the goals of tree planting, for the environmental goals, that we needed $2.5 million. So I guess over the last couple of years, that goal was not able to be met, but that doesn't take away the need to plant that many trees. So just because a particular, so I'm wrestling with how, or else, where else are we going to achieve the goals that are needed for stormwater management, all the things, if it's kind of, in some ways, incentivizes this line here, and it says, well, we're not going to be able to use it for tree planting, so we'll use it for this other program, when I think, yeah.
Yeah, Senator, I think it's also important, and you don't see this in this bill particularly, but there are several other pots of funds that we're using for tree planting that we're having more success in the ag space with, including the Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Trust Fund. There's also, I believe, a $10 million appropriation that goes to the Chesapeake Bay Trust. A lot of that funding is going into stormwater, to your point, the kind of stormwater, suburban, urban BMP space. And the thing about the Tree Solutions Now Act for those fund sources is expanded the ability to fund operation and maintenance, and which is where we've really seen an uptick in survivorship, and it's how we were able to get a 111% increase in our tree planting this past year over the previous two. And so we were thinking about this, and I know that's not in this bill specifically, but holistic with all of the other tree planting programs, and felt confident that we would still be able to meet the ultimate goal with reallocating this fund in a different way, which could still go to trees. So I think that's also part of the thinking.
Okay, all right.
Senator, I'll just end with, and if this goes through, if the amendment comes in, if the BRFA goes through, right, there's all these things, there will still be $500,000 at the Department of Agriculture in Tree Solutions Now money, specifically for planting trees.
So again, lines 24 and 25 on the same page says that up to 20% of this money can go towards the department's administrative costs. That's new language. So is it 20% of the 2.5 million can now be used for the administration, or is it 20% of the 500,000?
Senator, if I may, on the clarifying, so line 15 through line 20 in the amendment, that is all struck down. So we should not consider that language, or at least our recommendation is not to consider that language. In terms of line 24 and 25, it is the new allocation in BARFA, that $900,000 for the leaf appropriation,
Right.
Up no more than 20% of the department's administrative cost of that money that would be attributed for the leaf program alone. So that is our intent here. Hopefully we'll be able to, discuss this more if you have more questions on specificity of how we're funding
It's
this.
just interesting strategy, funding departmental gaps with funds that were supposed to be used to put trees in the ground. The section,
Senator,
and I'll
can you make
just
this the
one
last
more,
question?
One more,
Yeah,
I will.
we need to move on.
On the stormwater, the water quality monitoring program, and then this is a longer sentence, so I will need to just talk about it. Not now, don't worry. But it is establishing a whole additional subtitle. And my question is, are there other agencies, do other agencies have water monitoring programs? And how does the work that's being done here relate to those programs, given that in the uncodified language at the end of the bill, it says that none of this may be construed to apply to a permit or license applications before the Department of the Environment?
So several of our agencies do water quality monitoring, and I think what we're looking to do here is help further align all of those as it pertains to the Bay. And so at the department, we have water quality monitoring that's done across actually a multitude of our programs to support the boating community, to support the
Oh, I guess I
waterman
didn't mean
community.
departments, I meant agencies. So MDE, I'll just cut to the case. So MDE has water
Yes.
quality monitoring. And so DNR is doing a water quality monitoring program, right? And what is curious to me is that this new information that's getting from potentially DNR, it specifically says, and this might be a mistake, an oversight, so we can certainly get rid of it, where anything that is there should not apply to permits and licensing under MDE. That's kind of curious, if you could clarify.
And that is, and I believe that's before July 1st, 2025. So I think
Okay.
that, afterwards, once the program is established, if MDE, were to use any of this water quality monitoring, but the goal here too is really help build in opportunities for citizen science,
Absolutely.
for a wide range of spaces. And what we need in order to do that is have a central program where we can create protocols and those kind of things.
Absolutely.
We currently have a water quality monitoring committee that is across many, many agencies. And basically what this is the recognition of is that we collect a lot of water and we look at very small slices of what's in it. And we're trying to diversify that across all of our agencies and within the Department of Natural Resources across several units. So it's an effort to become more holistic.
It's a great, and
Okay, why don't we, because
Thank
we
you.
have a lot of other witnesses signed
Got
up
it.
on this
No, I know.
bill, so we're going to go Senator Brooks, and then we're going to go Senator Hester, and then let's move to the next panel, which we still have to hear from. So Senator Brooks, you're up next.
All right, thanks, Chair. This question could be for any of you. How does the proposed, how do you propose to balance the financial, let's say, support for the environmentally sustainable farming practices with the current state budget constraints? And what mechanism are in place to, say, ensure equity, amongst the diverse farming operations?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. First, I would say that we believe, and the governor has noted that in his role as chair of the Chesapeake Bay program right now, the principal staff committee, that we've got to keep moving forward on our goals. And so when you look at this appropriation, which is looking to be, if the amendments work and everything, $900,000, when you compare that to what we have spent annually using our existing programs, if we can do it for that, this is going to be a deal going forward. And part of the way that we're doing that, the trade-off is that we're using our ability to turn this into an incentive program to encourage farmers to get involved. And we'll be able to start counting practices, many practices for which farmers are doing on their own because it's good for their bottom line, that we won't necessarily need to be paying for because it's good for them, and they know that, and they're going to do it, whether it's a reduction in use of fertilizers through great new research. That's money to them. If they're spending less on fertilizer, that's going to be great. In terms of your question about equity, we are, as we are building out this program and having our listening sessions, we're doing everything we can to make sure that we're hearing from the most diverse voices. And that includes, all the various types of diversity that you can imagine in the terms of the agricultural space. We're thinking about urban farming. We're thinking about land access and the idea that we would like to begin encouraging farmers through the LEAF program to become mentors for new farmers and to lease excess land that they may have that they may not be capable of farming to farmers who do not have access to land currently. So we're trying to build these things into our program from the start rather than applying it to the program in the future or existing programs. We're trying to get that in now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Senator Hester, you're going to have the last question for this panel, and then we'll move to the next panel. Senator Hester?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, we had long conversations about water quality monitoring last year, and the exchange just kind of confused me. Now that we've got like different agencies doing different water quality monitoring for different things, so we could follow up offline. That would be helpful. But I just wanted to raise a new point, which was subtitle 21, agricultural leases on department land. It was my understanding that we're already doing agricultural leases on department land, and so just curious why this section of the code is necessary, and because it's saying that you may lease for a person implementing practices that support healthy soils. Does that mean by default that you may not lease to a person not doing it?
So what we're looking to do is give statutory authority to lengthen that lease. And so what's happening now is because we do year-to-year, 3-year, very short-term leases, we aren't seeing the type of production that needs investment in the infrastructure and investment in that soil health to continue to grow the products. So this would allow us to offer extended leases for those that are taking part in healthy soils practices and regenerative agriculture on state lands. And so that's what we're looking to achieve here, is the incentive being longer lease access so that you can do that investment in the practices that result in higher quality soils.
So that makes sense to me. But is there somewhere else in the code where it says that you may do a shorter lease? Or are we saying we're not doing short leases anymore?
Oh, no, we are absolutely going to continue to lease the land. We'll continue to do shorter term leases. It's just going to vary depending, like Secretary Addicks has been talking about with LEAF, the practices that are being put on the ground and kind of the uplift to the soil that they have. So we're trying to incentivize our farmers to also invest on our state lands in things that will improve soil health for all of the reasons: water quality, climate, habitat, et
so
cetera.
I'm 100% with you on the intent. It's not clear that that's what the bill actually does.
I'd be happy to talk through amendments and make sure we clarify that.
Thanks.
Okay, that's going to end this panel. Last question for this panel. Thank you, gentlemen, for testifying. We're going to go to a second panel that's designated here. Ward Slacum. Is Mr. Slacum here? Marissa Olszewski. Marissa, come on up. Janelle McHenry. And we do have one virtual witness as part of this panel, and then we've got some additional favorable and unfavorable testimony. But, okay, who wants to lead off? Mr. Slacum, why don't you start? And each of you are going to be on a 2.5-minute clock, okay? So we're on the clock. Okay, proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Ward Slacum, Executive Director of the Oyster Recovery Partnership. I appreciate the opportunity to be here to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 428, the Governor Moore's Chesapeake Bay Legacy Act. The Oyster Recovery Partnership is a 30-year-old Annapolis-based nonprofit organization that helps execute Maryland's oyster restoration agenda. Working with the Department of Natural Resources, the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, and other partners, ORP annually plants as many as 1 billion oysters into the Chesapeake Bay on public fishing grounds and also in Maryland's oyster sanctuary network. ORP is heavily involved in Maryland's fast-growing oyster aquaculture industry. Today, there are hundreds of underwater aquaculture leases in 12 of Maryland's coastal counties. Senate Bill 428 proposes changes to the state's process of leasing underwater acreage to would-be oyster farmers to allow for the department to recover fees and conduct surveys on would-be leases, and also to mediate disputes between applicants and nearby property owners, and improve the annual lease reporting process for better data management. These changes will simplify the leasing process and encourage more private investment in this important industry. I join our state, local, and federal partners in urging you to approve Senate Bill 428.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ms. Olszewski.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. For the record, I'm Marissa Olszewski with Maryland League of Conservation Voters, and here in favor of SB 428, the Governor's Chesapeake Bay Legacy Act. As you all know, we have a great treasure in the Chesapeake Bay, and with great treasure comes great responsibility. We really appreciate the administration bringing forward this bill this year that makes forward progress, even in this difficult budget year that we're in. So we appreciate that it continues to address some of the policy recommendations we saw in CSER, the Comprehensive Evaluation of System Response. That was the Chesapeake Bay Program scientific report last year. We've talked a lot about that here. And in particular, I'll call out just a couple of pieces that we see in the bill that help to make progress in that way. So encouraging more and multiple conservation practices on our agricultural land, reducing erosion and excess nutrients moving into our waters. There's also the DNR ag leases, which we were just discussing, which will additionally help with that, with those regenerative practices, which are good for soil health, also good for bay health. And we appreciate that there's opportunity here for DNR to make the water quality monitoring program, which is the backbone of all of our programs, which help us understand our bay health and how we're doing on it. Here, DNR is reflecting this in the bill with, along with the sponsor amendments that you've seen, to ensure that we have expanded, long-term, and standardized water quality monitoring across the state that help us move forward with bay progress. So with that, I'll yield my time.
Pass that mic on to the end. Tell us who you are.
Good afternoon, Education, Energy, and Environment Committee and Chair Feldman. It's my pleasure to be here today. My name is Janelle Eck McHenry. My husband and I farm in Kent County, Maryland with our 3-year-old son, growing corn, soybeans, wheat, barley, wheat, and hay. We also have a beef operation where we calf out 50 cows each year, and we raise them to feed our community. So as small beginning farmers, we have diversified our operation to include a commercial trucking company and custom farming business. This is where we combine for other farmers, mow, rake, hay, and bale hay for others, and we also spread chicken litters. This diversification is needed in today's agriculture climate to allow the next generation to stay viable. In addition to diversification, we work closely with our agronomists to increase our nutrient use efficiency by lowering our nutrient inputs and taking advantage of products that claim to do so. We are always testing new products that perform well while saving money. In the last 4 years, we have utilized the Mid-Atlantic 4R Nutrient Stewardship Association's Cost Share program to test split nitrogen application in biological products. Both programs help provide nutrient needs when the crop best utilizes the nutrient, increasing our nutrient use efficiency. By passing the Chesapeake Bay Legacy Act and establishing the Leaders in Environmentally Engaged Farming program, more opportunities and statewide connections could be made. Opportunities to interact with Maryland's leading growers, allowing farmers to interact and learn from each other on their nutrient successes. Opportunities to explore other private incentives to be available when testing a new product or when a reduction doesn't perform, but bills are still due. Opportunities to be recognized and challenged to work through each tier. Opportunities to grow our leadership skills through a number of agriculture organizations. Maryland farmers are truly at the forefront of conservation in the United States. We will continue to be looked at as leaders and must continue to explore new opportunities to reduce crop inputs and grow bountiful yields. Together, Maryland farmers will continue to do just that.
Okay, thank you. Let's take our one virtual witness on this panel, and then we'll take questions. We've got Carl Schlegel. Mr. Schlegel, you've got 2.5 minutes, and you're signed up favorable on the bill. So why don't you start?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My apologies for not being there in person. Doesn't mean I don't support the bill. It just means that we got called out for snowplow trucks, and we're waiting for the weather to come in. My name is Carl Schlegel, and I am a fruit and vegetable farmer from Charles County, Maryland, and I am a board of director for Maryland Farm Bureau. I'm here to speak on behalf of SB 428 and especially the LEAF program. As a state, we've gone to a lot of time and effort to celebrate certain farming milestones. As you drive by farms, you might see signs such as Century Farm, Preserved Farm, and Hall of Fame. Shouldn't we also be celebrating the valuable work that Maryland farmers are doing in conservation, research, and building resilient food systems? The LEAF program would give us farmers a way to actively market ourselves for the good work we are doing for the greater community. It would effectively give us a social responsibility score that was backed up by Maryland Department of Agriculture. The LEAF designation will convey information, no different than the certified organic label. That message is valuable in a region where consumers want to know that their hard-earned dollars directly affect causes they care about. Our love for the Chesapeake Bay being one that we can all agree upon. Furthermore, this is an opportunity for both industry and community to invest back into farms that have invested their time, money, and resources putting practices into place. Farms and farmers that receive the accreditation could and should be prioritized for incentives that provide an economic return to allow them to continue investing in practices that provide benefits beyond just their backyard. We should be investing in those that have already shown a desire and ability to implement conservation on their farms. Maryland farmers have done an impactful job working to protect the Chesapeake Bay watershed. It's not said enough. It's not acknowledged enough. In fact, quite the opposite. We are constantly told we are not doing enough. Meanwhile, Maryland farmers lead the nation in conservation tillage and cover crops. LEAF would recognize farmers for all they have done while encouraging them to continue on that journey. It would provide the tools to take those next steps. This will be a way for farms to highlight the fact that we are doing the work, to acknowledge we have shifted the way we farm and live with the land, the way that we have embraced technology and growing practices to protect the Bay, to show the work we are doing with food resiliency and feeding our communities. Please support this bill. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take questions now for both our in-person panelists at the table, one virtual witness. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to next call several additional witnesses who've signed up favorable or favorable with amendments. So I'm going to start, come up to the table if you hear your name, and then we do have 2 virtual witnesses after this. Lindsay Thompson, is Lindsay Thompson here? Okay. Rachel Jones, is Rachel Jones here?
I defer to the Secretary.
You're going to defer to who?
The Secretary's testimony.
Okay, you've deferred to the Secretary's testimony. Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio, former DNR Secretary/Delegate. Jamie, come on up. You're signed up favorable with amendments. James Mullen, also favorable with amendments. Mr. Mullen, why don't you come up? Robert Brown. Mr. Brown, come on up. And then again, we've got a few virtual witnesses and then 1 unfavorable witness. So who wants to start? Let's grab the mic. And then each of you is going to have 2.5 minutes. Welcome.
Great. Well, good afternoon, and thank you.
And what is your name, by the way?
For the record, Jeannie Hadaway-Riccio. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to come before you today about Senate Bill 428. As you noted, we signed up support with amendments, and with me today is Jeff Harrison, who is the president of Talbot Watermen Association, so I'm going to yield my time to him. I do just want to say that we have been working with the Department of Natural Resources and the Governor's Office on amendments. We appreciate that, but given the complexity of the bill and the fact that we just received the amendments today, we would ask for the committee's courtesy and indulgence to give us some time to work through those. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Harrison.
Okay, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have given in written testimony already, and you have that hopefully in front of you. But I wanted to add a few things. My name is Herman Jeffrey Harrison. I go by Jeff Harrison. I'm president of Talbot Watermen Association. I'm also a member of the OAC. I also was an original member of the Oyster Futures, which was the first group that started the consensus process. That process was then moved to the OAC, and through the OAC, we came up with a bill that in 2022 that allowed $1 million for monies for sanctuaries in Eastern Bay, as well as $1 million for public fishery. And I'm proud to say that last year, the public fishery put 250 million spat on shell in Eastern Bay. I also, that consensus process has been used in the Eastern Bay work group that we finished this past year, and our recommendations coming to you from that, I think soon. My concern really, when I first seen this bill, and we only have known about this bill for probably about 7 or 8 days, and it was really one word here that was changed in the bill that really set me back, and it's on page 13, and it's line 15 and 16. And it says, may not discriminate unfairly among groups of fishermen, and they wanted to change it to anglers. So of course I asked my phone, what's the difference between a fisherman and an angler? And what it says was that a fisherman covers a broad group of people, whereas an angler is one specific group. So in here saying not to discriminate against, it was actually discriminating with just one word. And so that really worried me that we were kind of going backwards from the consensus process. And so, of course, you know, Jeannie was the one that made us aware of this bill, and thank God that we had her, or have hired her this year to represent us. She's done a great job so far, and so we just want to make sure, and we're willing to work with the NR. And even here today, I've been texting back and forth with Lynn Fagley about another concern that I found on the bill. So that's a big part of it, is that the bill is so massive that we still really haven't had a chance to dive into it. So right now, I'm going to leave it that, you know, we're going to look at the amendments and we will get back to you further as far as supporting the bill.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown?
Yes, Chair, members of this committee, my name is Robert T. Brown. I'm president of the Maryland Watermen's Association. This bill is in 3 parts: water quality and farming practices, environmental leaf program, and fisheries. This bill is 28 pages long and has already had many amendments addressed, and more to come before this be heard into the House. I'm addressing this for the fisheries section of this bill only. I was only notified about this on February the 3rd, got the bill on February the 4th. When this bill was drafted, no one in the seafood industry, to my knowledge, was contacted to discuss this. And according to the governor, nobody was supposed to be left behind. And as I started to read this, I found out, just like Mr. Harrison just said, the word angler was in there instead of, and took the word out fisherman. And that brought grave concern to the commercial fishermen of this state. And then upon reading the analysis of this document, I found the issues with the way the bill had been presented in the fishery management section. I've been working with the DNR and others, amendments and guidance to the fisheries industry's concerns. However, one of the greatest concerns is the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission and the Federal Regional Fisheries Management Council Management Plan, where it comes that the department shall manage those species in accordance with the plan. That has already been addressed by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, and it's already adhered to by the Department and the state of Maryland, and should be not addressed in this bill. It's already put in there. Another problem we had with it was where it took the words out, the Tidal Fish Advisory Commission and Sport Fishing Advisory Commission. And with those two commissions out, that's what we've based our fishery on, how we managed it ever since I've started years ago back into the 60s. And through amendments I've just look at it, they have changed, put them back into the document. I would like to say that the department has been very receptive to the amendments and that we were made to others, and that it is all recommendations that other than the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. And we just got the amendments today, and would like to have more time to discuss it. And thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I'm Jim Mullen with the Maryland Oystermen's Association. And just to echo what the other three panelists said, you know, we just got the amendments this morning from Governor Moore's office, and just an opportunity to review those and work through Jeannie, to work through the committee here. And I just want to recognize Secretary Kurtz, Jeannie, Jeff, and Robert T. for working with the Secretary last Thursday on the bill itself, the concerns, and the opportunity that the Secretary offered to work through this with the commercial fishing industry. So that was very pleasant to hear. So thank you.
Okay, well, that is good to hear. Okay, questions for this group, and then we do have a virtual witness that we need to pick up, and then one unfavorable testimony. Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll direct this to the former Secretary. I think speaking for probably all the watermen, including the Worcester County folks that could not be here in person. As I've kind of gone through the testimony from the Talbot watermen and the oral testimony and the written testimony by the Watermen's Association of Watermen in Worcester County, is what I'm hearing consistently is if part of the purpose of the bill to begin with was to avoid duplication of regulatory efforts, and we have these different councils involved already, and now we have the bill, and now we have amendments. Could you just speak to, the average person doesn't, know the different roles? You got the Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Management Council, you got the Atlantic State Fisheries Management Council. Is the thrust of your testimony and concern, is this duplication of these different commissions, and then to also make sure the commissions where we have watermen involved in those commissions remained in place so we have that interaction from the watermen?
Yes, well, thank you, Senator, for the question. First, I think it's important to understand that the purpose of fishery management plans are to protect the resource while allowing sustainable harvest. So with those two goals in mind, it's really important that you have conservationists, recreational fishing participants, and the commercial industry involved in the process of developing the fishery management plans. So broadly speaking, one of the amendments that we requested was to ensure that the industry gets to continue participating in the process. In terms of the different councils and commissions, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission is an interstate compact that Maryland is a signatory of. And ASMFC is basically has jurisdiction over migratory species. If you look at current law, the list of species that the legislature has asked the department to prepare fishery management plans for, there are non-migratory species on that list as well. So one of the other clarifications that we asked for was just to ensure that all of the important species in the Chesapeake Bay are covered. In terms of the federal management councils, I believe there are 8 of them across the country. Maryland is in the Mid-Atlantic. I understand that we do have some crossover with certain species, but the bottom line is whether it's an ASMFC plan or a federal regional council plan or a Maryland specific plan, we want to make sure that Maryland has the flexibility to manage our species in a way that is reflective of our needs in the Chesapeake Bay, in the coastal bays, and the Atlantic Ocean. And we want to make sure that it's a clear process. Right now, the FMPs are adopted by reference in COMAR, and any additional measures come through separate regulation. That provides an opportunity for public participation, and it also provides legislative oversight through AELR. So again, broadly speaking, that would be the third set of amendments that we had requested.
Thank you, and also thank you for including the coastal bays in your response.
Okay, any additional questions for this group? Okay, thank you. We're going to take up one virtual witness in the queue, Emma Jagos. Emma, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, I am here.
Okay, you're on the 2.5 minute clock and you're signed up straight favorable. Okay, so why don't you proceed?
Great. Hello, and thank you all for your support of Maryland farmers. My name is Emma Jagaz. I'm the owner and farmer of Moon Valley Farm. Moon Valley Farm is a 70-acre certified organic farm and food hub located in Frederick County. We serve a year-round community-supported agriculture program, restaurants, food as medicine programs, and school systems throughout Maryland, DC, and Northern Virginia. At Moon Valley Farm, we grow specialty and staple vegetables, and we strengthen and diversify our offerings by collaborating with over 50 other farmers in the region to include gourmet mushrooms, eggs, grains, beans, honey, and more for our customers. Collaborating with other farmers has been excellent for both our customers and our partner farms. We're offering a year-round, all-local, one-stop shop, and in turn, our partner farms are getting really steady sales. As an organic farmer and the organic seat on the Maryland Ag Commission, I'm a huge advocate of organic farming. However, as a farmer, I know firsthand how challenging, if impossible, it is to acquire and retain this certification on different types of farm operations. In fact, we collaborate with many conventional farmers in our food hub. Growing marketable certified organic fruit is next to impossible in the mid-Atlantic with our heat and humidity levels, and the practices on conventional operations vary widely. We prioritize establishing partnerships with conventional farmers who employ integrated pest management practices or who only employ sprays when crop quality is at risk, and those who plant buffer zones and cover crops. Our customers really value our organic practices, but every time we survey our customers, local is more important to them than organic because they're understanding that that organic is expensive for producers and really hard to maintain. Our customers care about the environment first at the end of the day. So they are concerned about their carbon footprint, and they want our farmers to employ bay-friendly practices, and that's where LEAF comes in. Our customers are craving a label that will differentiate conventional farms who are not employing IPM practices, cover crops, and reduced spray schedules from those that aren't. I support the LEAF program because if funded, I would pursue a food hub to be comprised of LEAF certified farms that are prioritizing conservation practices, that are reducing inputs and improving soil health, farms that are heavily involved in their communities to educate the next generation of farmers and to advocate for land preservation.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for our virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We're going to go, we do have one straight unfavorable, Captain Robert Newberry. Captain Newberry, why don't you come up here? Again, you're on the 2.5 minute clock and you're straight up unfavorable. So whenever you're ready, you can proceed.
I'm ready. Save the best for last, right? Okay. Chairman Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan, it's a pleasure to be here today. Members of the Commission, my name is Captain Robert Newberry. I'm Chairman of Delmarva Fisheries Association located on the Great Eastern Shore. I am also here speaking on behalf of the Maryland Charter Boats Association also. Senator Carrozza hit on a very good point. This bill absolutely hit us like a Scud missile last Monday. The thing that concerns me is that public trust has been completely ignored in this. We had not one, but two legislative briefings 3 weeks ago, once with sport fish, once with tidal fish. In those legislative briefings, this wasn't even mentioned. We had no idea of this. So we've had a crash course in how to amend this, and I have been working with the governor's office on these issues with Mr. Ratul, and also had a conference this morning with Mr. Baker, with Jeremy Baker. We cannot support this bill right now because even with these amendments that I got at 8:30 this morning, I've got several people, many people I have to take this to that are my constituents on the Eastern Shore. I can't make a decision. I can't say I'm favorable. But I can say right now, this doesn't pass the smell test for my people. There are issues at hand specifically concerning this bill. I don't know if anybody is aware of this in this room, but the Charter Boat Association, along with Delmarva, has filed a suit not only in federal court in Baltimore. We went to the Special Court of Appeals in Richmond. Now we're on our way to the Supreme Court with the ASMSC on issues specifically concerning what are in this bill and the legality of what they've done. One of them is the 10th Amendment, Article 3, Paragraph 1, that says no state will enter into a contract with another state unless this is approved by Congress according to what? The Compact Act, which was established in 1781. That's an issue that applies to this too. I mean, this weaponizes certain groups against the industry, specifically environmental groups that haven't got what they wanted over the years, and all of a sudden, bam, here it is in this bill. So until I can go to my membership and say, and I hold this with reserve, until I can go to my membership and go over these, which is going to take a couple weeks at least, I would ask this commission to kind of hold back on your decision on this until we can get this done. And thank you very much for the time.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Vice Chair Kagan has a question.
Thank you. Hello, Captain Newberry.
Hello.
So thank you for your leadership and testimony, and all of the proponents and opponents. Your voices matter to us. So two things. First off, I want to remind people that in a 90-day session, when we're a third done, the wait a couple weeks is unlikely.
Okay.
Things move fast, so I really encourage you and your members and colleagues to quickly as is feasible, review the amendments. I am of the assumption that this administration is working in good faith and want to try to accommodate. So I guess since most people watching at home would not have access to the amendments that you guys got at 8:30 this morning, can you just in a few sentences, just say what you think the current bill is missing, or the most troublesome attributes, aspects of it that you're hoping can be amended in a way that will make you happier?
Well, what I consider, and it's kind of, I'm not trying to be facetious or anything, but page 10 to 28 needs to be thrown out. I'm sorry, but I'm just saying, and the good senator hit on this. There's a division in this bill. You've got ag. I farm land too. And, you know, I'm just letting that take their side. But then on the other side, we've got the fisheries, which is most important. What we have to understand, under things with the ASMFC right now in this bill, this needs to be taken out. Our charter boat industry in the state here of Maryland has suffered, and this is DNR has said this, a 60% loss of their business. 60% of my charter boat captains no longer, with this one fish regulation we have a business. Their boats are for sale or they're doing something else. On the other side, our watermen have taken this year an 11% reduction in their harvest of fish. That also came from the ASMFC. Let's get the ASMFC out of it, number one. The one thing I can't agree to in this bill is the water quality issues. Because if we address the water quality issues, and I've been saying this for 10 years, you've heard it from me many times before, now there is proof that there is types of toxic poisoning in the bay that affects all species, from fish to to snails. And it's things like estrogen, opiates, antibacterials, antibiotics, testosterone. All these do not come out of wastewater treatment plants in this bill. I think it would be great if we address that problem, because what would that solve? Probably everything that's in the bill. We have a problem with the young of the year on striped bass. They have found out that some of this estonic poisoning from estrogen and other chemicals will underdevelop the fish. They don't develop. It neutralizes the proper different algae that they have to consume to grow up to be bigger fish. It's been ignored, and it's time that it has to be addressed. And the environmentalists, I think, would agree with me on this. But if that was in the bill where it was more point specific, I know we're going to we can study water until we can drink it all, but until we figure out what is wrong in the bay, and that is the problem. It's getting more and more and more. So the biggest thing I would see is the water quality, because that does involve everything, and getting the ASMFC, just Maryland has gone above and beyond the ASMFC. I did a Riley's curve. If ASMFC is a base of 5, what we've done for conservation is at 22.
Okay,
So
thank you,
take
Captain.
pride in what we have.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carozza, why don't you maybe wrap this up? So we've got a lot of other bills, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. And Captain Newberry, can you just very briefly, you mentioned your constituencies and the different groups that you work with. Can you just remind us of those different constituencies that you're talking about and you're working with?
Okay, these are the striped bass fishermen, both recreational. We do have some recreational members, but specifically pound netters, gill netters, and hook and liners, oystermen, crabbers, all of this. And it's, it's basically on the Eastern Shore, Kent, Queen Anne's County, and other counties too. So it's pretty wide, of who we work with.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to everybody who testified.
Hopefully we'll get ahead of this snowstorm.
Yes,
They said
why
it's
don't you
going to
do
be
that?
bad
Okay.
over our way. Thank you
So
all.
that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 428. Next up, we're going to go to Senate Bill 250. And we're going to bring Secretary McElwain. I believe Secretary McElwain's in the House. So, Secretary, why don't you come up? I've got Rick Kessler on your panel, along with Lee Curry and Zachary Schaefer. That makes up the MDE panel. And Secretary, welcome. And
thank you.
You take the time you need to present Senate Bill 250, and then we'll take some additional witnesses after that. So it's all yours.
Thank you. All right, everybody's here?
Go down.
Okay, all right. So good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of this committee. So good to see all of you today. For the record, I am Serena McElwain, Secretary of Maryland's Department of the Environment, and I am asking for a favorable with amendments report for our departmental bill, which is Senate Bill 250, Fees, Penalties, Funding, and Regulation. As introduced originally, Senate Bill 250 would have a total fiscal impact of $11.6 million, which includes an increase of $12.2 million in special funds for both new annual revenue and the prevention of annual budget shortfalls. There's also included in that, there's a total of $3.5 million in general fund reductions if the bill passes. However, with the amendments that we are proposing today, this bill will now have a total fiscal impact of $6.3 million, which includes $6.7 million in special funds, and that results in annual revenue and the prevention of annual budget shortfalls as well. So the bill as amended would also include $3 million in reduction in general funds. And just to set the stage at the beginning, while we're having this conversation, since we submitted our original fee bill, the governor submitted his budget and included several of our fees in the BRFA. So we're here today to talk about our bill, the department's proposed amendments, and the remaining fees. So for all of these fees, I do want to start by assuring this committee that
I have been laser focused for the 2 years that I have been here in terms of scrubbing every single aspect of our budget and to make sure that we are lean and mean. And I am here to tell you today, we are very lean, the budget. The agency is operating more efficiently. We're saving taxpayers money. We're eliminating red tape where we can. And we're doing all of this so that we can meet the statutory obligations that are established for the department by this legislator, so we can make sure that we're accomplishing all of everything we need to do for our mission and to ensure that Marylanders have access to clean water, clean air, and clean land. We're also making Maryland competitive when you think about it from an economic standpoint. So to give you a quick example of what I mean when I say we are scrubbing the budget and we're making sure we're lean and we're not just asking for more money just because, just recently, I asked my agency to just look at saving costs in a general sense, and we were able to save $100,000 by simply changing the cell phone provider. We also saved $53,000 just by eliminating desks on phones that we weren't using. And so these are just little examples, but they add up. We're also transitioning to an online permitting system. We're digitizing all of the records that we have so we can save time, space, money, and resources. So we're doing all of this to make sure that there is no fat in our budget. This bill addresses one of the most pressing issues that I have to consider, and I've had to consider since I started, which is how do we sufficiently fund the Maryland's Department of the Environment? So we did a rigorous analysis of all the costs of all of our services. We looked at peer agencies, other jurisdictions, and we looked at how much they were charging. And we also looked at trying to really understand the ability of the regulated community for paying for the services that we are providing. And what became immediately obvious based on that review is that the taxpayers are subsidizing the cost of the department by paying for services that we are providing to industry. Now, that's not the model for which providing environmental services is actually based on. It's the opposite. So, for example, the services that we provide for regulating licensing, permitting, and inspections, and all of those other services, they should be covered by the responsible parties and not taxpayers. So instead of us having a self-sufficient operation that we could have, that's funded from services, all the services that we provide, we struggle every single year to make ends meet. Why? It's simply because we're not charging enough for those that are directly benefiting from the services that we're providing. So with our current budget situation that we all know, we can no longer afford to have taxpayer paying for programs that should be funded by charging and collecting fees from the entities that state and federal law requires in order to do business with the department. So we just simply cannot continue to place a burden on Maryland's general fund for any fee-based services. And to be honest with you, we should have done this 10 years ago, maybe even 25 years ago. Some of the fees that we're talking about have not been updated for over 30 years. So what is really important about this bill, if it is approved, is we will generate more than $6.7 million in revenue, and we will dramatically reduce our reliance on general funds. And it also establishes a baseline that we feel that MDE can live with going forward. I know firsthand the critical work that is required of this agency or my department to regulate pollution, and I want you to know that it is a really tough job trying to do what we need to do without having sufficient resources. And I'll just give you just a few quick examples, and I promise not to keep you long. But let's talk about dams. We have so many dams in Maryland that need to be replaced, a lot of them. Some homeowners in particular, they don't even realize they own a dam or that it's called a dam. And so what happens is they need to be repaired. They do not have discretionary funding. They have no way to get a loan. And those dams are a serious risk to Marylanders and to all of us sitting here. So we need to do what other states are doing, which is create a fund where homeowners and owners of dams can access that money so that they can fix the dam. Because I'm telling you, if we're not able to repair the dams, we will have a dam problem. I wasn't cursing, I was just saying. Okay, the other issue is the oil transfer fee. It is so urgent that we reauthorize that fee and increase it to allow us to be able to responsibly protect public health and the environment from all the dangers of oil and petroleum product spills from tanks and pipelines. We do not have enough money to fund that program today. We do not. And so we can get into that a little more when we talk about the bill, but it is critical. We have people who are burnt out. They're working overtime on the weekends, comp time, and then they're leaving because they're burnt out. So we have a problem there. The air pollution fees, the last one I'll bring up. The air pollution fees for our Title V program under the Clean Air Act, it's point blank, it's underfunded. We're elated that in Maryland, a lot of industry has really done a great job in improving air quality. However, we're no longer able to charge fees because they've done a great job and they've done what we've asked them to do. So because we can't charge fees to them anymore, we lost $2 million of revenue coming in, and we need to replace that money because the work is still there. And the last I'll say is customer service is so important to me, to us, to my agency. And I'm telling you, my team, we are overstaffed and overworked, and it makes it so much harder for us to provide the services that Maryland demands of us. And I know for a fact that the stakeholders are expecting, because they tell me all the time, us to turn around permits and the work that we're doing for them timely and not waste their time and their money. And getting the fees that we're asking for today will guarantee that we can up our game and continue to provide the services that we need to provide to Marylanders. And now I'm going to pass it over to Assistant Secretary for Policy, Zach Schaefer, and you're going to walk through some of the details of the bill related to the air.
Okay, Mr. Schaefer, well, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. For the record, I am Zachary Schaefer, Assistant Secretary for Policy here at the department. I started about 2 weeks ago, following 4 years serving as Director of Policy at EPA's Office of Water in the Biden administration. And as a fourth-generation Marylander with roots in Baltimore and the Eastern Shore, I'm really proud to be here, part of the state, part of the department. And I look forward to supporting the department and this assembly in delivering for your constituents and all of the people of this great state. I'm here to share a few more details on the component of the bill that addresses air emissions permit fees. So what we are proposing to increase for the operating permit program fee for regulated air pollutant emissions is from just under $76 per ton to $200 per ton, adjustable for inflation. This fee increase we anticipate to bring in a projected $1.9 million annually. We also seek to remove an existing $2 million cap on the amount of money that may be held in the state's Clean Air Fund, and to clarify that that fund may be used for efforts to reduce air pollution in the state. Now, why are we asking for this? The Delegated Clean Air Act program is an essential tool for protecting children and families across the state from particulate matter, nitrogen oxides, sulfur oxides, volatile organic compounds, and other hazardous air pollutants. The department's implementation has a strong record of success. 20 years ago, our state had the worst air quality east of the Mississippi River, but now we're meeting all national ambient air quality standards in every part of the state except when we're affected by wildfire smoke from far away. That is remarkable, hard-fought progress that has saved and extended lives. now is not the time to slide backwards. And that's why we want to ensure that this program is adequately funded, fiscally sustainable, and paid for by those entities who must, under federal law, use it. The fees proposed here shift cost from Maryland's general fund, where we historically request funds each year, to bring permit fee revenue closer to actual program costs as required by Title V of the Clean Air Act. Under current fees, revenue projections for FY 2025 are coming up approximately $500,000 to $2 million below recent years, in great part thanks to the significant decreases in air pollution subject to the fee. Because of that, our reliance on the general fund has grown to cover the costs to implement this program. That's why it's critical to both increase this fee and to eliminate the $2 million cap on funds held within the Maryland Clean Air Fund in order to hold these revenues, as well as larger penalties should they arise. Without this latter change to the cap in particular, revenues above it revert back to the general fund instead of being held for clean air activities, and the department would be compelled to request additional resources from the general fund to maintain operations. If MDE does not take action, EPA could disapprove Maryland's Title V program on the grounds that the fee revenues are not sufficient to cover its costs, meaning that the program would be run federally and the state could be subject to sanctions. Coming from EPA and appreciating recent changes in new administration priorities, I will underscore that EPA taking control away from Maryland is an outcome we would like to avoid. This is good for Marylanders' air and health, it's good governance, and it's fiscally sustainable. Based on our extensive engagement with the regulated community, industry supports this change, recognizing the need for the program to increase its capacity, to provide services, and to keep this program in Maryland's hands. So thank you for your consideration of these provisions, and I look forward to your questions. Now I'm glad to turn it over to my colleague Lee Curry to discuss the water components of the bill.
Okay, Mr. Curry.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lee Curry, I'm the Director of the Water and Science Administration at Maryland Department of the Environment. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm going to talk, there's 5 water bills total, 5 water fees total. There's 2 that are part of the bill, so I'm just going to focus on those 2 and talk about those in detail. One is authorizing the department to have a fee for on-site sewage disposal and basically well and septic permitting. We delegate this responsibility to the local health departments right now. They collect fees for this work. We review their work and their progress. Now, if we were to take back a program, or if a local health department was to give back a program, then we wouldn't have the funding or the authorization to collect a fee to support that program. So what this does is authorize the department, if necessary, to collect a fee if we take back a program. And we set a cap on that fee. We use the cap for that currently exists of it's $160 for the well permits, and we put a cap of $575 for a septic permit. So again, just authorizing the department. It doesn't have an impact right now, but we would need that revenue if a program was to come back to us. And again, that would occur if a local jurisdiction program is not functioning as defined. Second is the Dam Safety and Repair Fund. The Secretary talked about this fund briefly. Hold on, let me turn to my page with the details of this. This was proposed last year, and it actually came out of a report from 2 years ago to the legislature, looking at the challenges we have with private dams throughout the state of Maryland. We currently have 557 dams in Maryland. 261 of those dams are privately owned. So of those privately owned dams, 76 of those dams are in need of repair. So again, 76 are in need of repair. Private dam owners don't have the same access to funds as a local government or a state government, so it creates a very difficult situation in terms of how are they going to fund the repairs of these dams. And to give you an example of what the total cost would be right now, there'd be $145 million we estimate to repair all these dams. We're not proposing that for a fee right now. This is a small portion of that, but this will be instrumental in helping those private dam owners. Private dam owners, of the 76 dams, 8 of them are high hazard dams, meaning if they failed, there's a potential loss of life. 68 of those are significant hazard, which could result in loss of property. So what this does is establish 2 fees, and we've looked at neighboring states. We looked at around the country to determine what other states have done. One, it's a dam application fee, so when a permit comes into us, we would receive that fee. That fee would go into the fund, and that would generate a little bit less than half of the money, the $640,000 for that fund. Second would be an annual dam registration fee. This would be for all dam owners. This would pay into the fund, and this would generate, again, the other portion of that $640,000, and this will be an annual fee. Other states have done this. Other states have set up dam repair funds. We're following a fee structure that's very similar to what other states have done for both types of permits. And we've been working with other interested parties with respect to what that fee structure would look like, and I think we've reached, a good place with where we would land. So again, I'm happy to, once we get through the remainder permits, or the fees, I'd happy to answer any questions from the committee, and thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Kessler, are you testifying? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the committee. Excuse me. Appreciate you having me here today in support of SB 250. My name is Rick Kessler, and like Zach, just over 2 weeks ago, I joined MDE from EPA as the new director of the Land and Materials Administration. Very happy to be here as a 30-year Maryland resident, married to a second-generation Maryland resident. So it's an honor. But as you heard from Secretary McElwain and my colleagues, MDE strongly supports SB 250 as a whole. And I'm here specifically to talk about the fees included in this bill that support the mission and operations of the Land and Materials Administration. In particular, I want to single out the two provisions not included in the BRFA, the coal combustion byproducts fee mechanism change and the oil exchange fee. First, S250 contains an important change to the existing coal combustion byproducts fee structure, moving from one assessed on the amount of coal ash generated to a collection based on the tons of coal combustion residuals stored. This is not a new program, but it is a new approach that is necessarily because Maryland-based power plants no longer burn coal, so as a result, they no longer generate new coal ash. And the coal ash, that new coal ash, was the source of the fee revenue previously. Unfortunately, the coal ash that was generated over the life of these facilities will remain in impoundments for many decades to come. That ash includes toxic metals, things like arsenic, like mercury and chromium, that could find their way into groundwater and into our bodies and otherwise into our environment. So even though there's no more coal ash being produced here, we'll have a need for decades to monitor and inspect these facilities and the toxics within them. We anticipate that the cost to operate the program for fiscal year 2025 will run to just under $1.72 million, which makes it possible that the existing fund would be entirely depleted in the immediate future unless a change proposed in S250 is made. Without a dedicated user fee funding this program, the program would have to rely on general revenues, which would mean that Marylanders who never benefited from the power generated by these plants would be paying to clean up and monitor these impoundments. This is a common sense change based on similar models used in other states, and we urge its enactment. The other fee I want to speak with you about today is one that the Secretary raised in her statement, which is the oil transfer fee. This fee provides critical support to Maryland's oil control program, which is responsible for overseeing oil storage in both underground and above ground tanks, as well as directing the cleanup of oil contamination sites. Its work ranges from simple inspections all the way to supporting the aftermath of major disasters like the Key Bridge collapse and the horrific tragedy that occurred last week over the Potomac near Reagan National Airport. While the program does have some 25% of its funding come from federal grants, the bulk of its budget comes from the oil transfer fee. Now, in last year's session, a similar bill did not pass, triggering a sunset clause that defaulted the oil transfer fee to the current level of 5 cents. As a result, in fiscal year 2025, MDE used general funds to support the oil control program and employed temporary cost savings measures to sustain the program staff. And I will say, as the Secretary alluded to, really taxed, no pun intended, the energy and the time of that staff. They're very worn out and in need of relief. But SB 250 would put the program back on fiscal track by providing a 1 cent increase over the 8-cent fee that had been in place for the last decade. That 1 penny extra would provide around $900,000 of revenue based on the number of barrels of oil imported into Maryland annually. At 42 gallons per barrel, that translates to a tiny fraction of a cent per gallon, but the benefits to the public, the environment, and even the industry are tremendous. In closing, I urge you to enact both these fee provisions, as well as the proposals to modernize the fees funding our state's mining, lead poisoning prevention, and voluntary cleanup programs. Most of these fees haven't seen an adjustment in decades and are not keeping pace with the cost of the critical work done by these programs. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I stand ready to work with you in any way I can to help turn these proposals into law.
Okay, thank you to the entire panel. Any questions for Secretary McElwain or team? We're going to go to Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So from an environmental perspective and from so many other perspectives, the turnover in the transition in Washington is a disaster. But the fact that we are benefiting here with some EPA alums is the teeniest, tiniest little silver lining here. And Rick, it's great to see you again. And I know Adam Ortiz is almost with us once he gets healthy. And so, Madam Secretary, you continue to build a great team. So
Thank you.
Congratulations on
Thank
that. Mr. Curry, seems really irresponsible for us not to be really diligent and ask a lot of questions and learn a lot about the dams. So 8 that are highly vulnerable is alarming to me. And I just wonder, so first off, I don't know if they're national security concerns, and so I'm not asking for anything that's inappropriate for you to share. But if I can just ask for reassurance that the Secretary, the Department of the Environment is working closely with MDEM, the Department of Emergency Management, and any other agency, federal, state, or local, to make sure that, God forbid, if there is a breach, that the surrounding areas and residents will be safe and not vulnerable. Could you just say a little more, please?
Yes. So several years ago, the legislature passed a law that requires all dams to have an emergency action plan. And what we do is we inspect dams.
What was the acronym, LDF?
EAP, emergency.
That isn't what I heard you say.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so each dam is required to have an emergency action plan by law, and we ensure that those plans they have plans and that they're up to date. And we also inspect dams on a regular basis. The emergency action plan, it lays out if there was something to happen, what roads would be closed, who would need to be contacted, how the local emergency response will play into this, and then also the dam owners are to exercise those plans. We do very well with local governments, with state governments, with federal governments. It's more challenging with the private sector. So in some cases, they might not have an emergency action plan in place, and we work to develop those. But this is one of the issues that we are currently working on with private dams.
So when you say that these dams are inspected regularly, that could be once every 20 years. What does that mean?
No, it's for high hazard dams, I believe it's once every year, and let me give you back up. Dams are rated in 3 different categories. One is high hazard, which means if it failed, someone could potentially die. Significant hazard means that it could be loss of property. Low hazard, may just run over some roads, or it's not going to have any impact. High hazard dams are inspected on an annual basis. I believe the significant hazard, it might be every other year, but I could check on that and get back to you. But it's not a 20-year inspection. It's
right. I didn't assume that. I was being a little facetious, but regularly is not the specificity that I think this committee would hope for.
Yes, ma'am.
So every year. So, and again, focused on just on these 8, since those are the ones that, could endanger lives. Are all 8 in compliance? Have all 8 been updated within the year, inspected within the year, submitted their emergency action plan within the past year? local 911 centers, police, fire, paramedics, are they all aware that we've got a high vulnerability dam right here, just so you know about it?
Yeah. Let me follow up with you on that. I can get that
Okay.
information back to you on those 8, because remember, there's 8 high,
Yes.
but then there's 76 private dams that are high or significant. But yes, I can follow up with those details. Yes.
I'm interested.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator Washington.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Madam Secretary, I think, and the new team and everyone and those returning. And I want to thank you for helping me with the bill that I had and some advice there. So I just have some, again, I think this is a great idea, on the right track. I just have some specific questions I just want to follow up with. So I guess it'd be on the second page of the bill, sorry. Well, actually, it's not the second page, it's page 18. But this has to do with creating the new section of code after the Wetlands and Waterland Program Fund. So 5-203 creates the Wetlands and Waterway Program Fund, correct? I'm just getting that right. And are we then creating, I guess I want to know what this section -203-2 is doing. Is it creating, what is this section doing?
Well, I'll let you explain it, but in general, the fees will allow us to ensure that we're not relying on general funds anymore. That's really the whole point of us collecting the fees. But do you want to go through that section?
Yes, Senator.
Or that piece?
I guess I'm looking to see where do we create the private dam repair fund? Is that in Burfa? Like, I just wonder where that is.
The private dam repair fund, you're right, Senator, is created in 5-203.2. And if you follow along there, it creates 2 fees. One, it creates a fee that the department receives if an application comes in to modify a dam or construct a new dam. We don't really see a lot of applications for new dams. It's really modifications. Second, it creates a dam registration fee. That's an annual fee for all dam owners. So if you work through pages 22 to 23 and go to page 25, page 25 describes the fund, and then on 26 under 5-509.2, it talks about how the fund could be used.
Yeah. Thank you. So I was just confused because I guess I was expecting there is a private fund and then what it is. So that's good. Thank you for that. And then just one other question. In that section, well, actually, this would be in section 5-509, just after, so that's page 19, just after we talk about the funds being paid into the private dam repair fund, which again, I think is a great idea. Isn't that so? There's a change throughout this section of water infrastructure asset to dam. Water, so I'm curious about that because water, so could I'll have a follow-up question.
Senator, is the question, why was it changed to dam? We wanted to be more specific and not just say water asset structure, but be more specific of what a dam is. And the department does have a definition and a process to determine what a dam is.
I guess my question is, does this section of the code only apply to dams in general because water infrastructures are more inclusive, as you say, but I don't read this as just having to do with dams. So I'm concerned that other qualifying interests like water main pipes, wastewater treatment plants, sanitary convey, outsource, all the things that impact water quality and the dams and some of what the dams are doing, you're removing that. So I just want to be clear because water infrastructure asset has a specific meaning, right? And just asking.
It does. In this section of the statute, it covers waterways and it also includes dams. So it's not looking at wastewater infrastructure or water infrastructure. Those are handled in different statutes. So it's not limiting the impacts.
My
Sure.
only suggestion would be for us to clarify that this section is just about dams. Again, I don't read it that way.
Yes.
And just ensure that we're not inadvertently, excluding lots of other important water infrastructures.
I understand.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to thank you, Secretary, and
Thank you.
your team. I'm going to call up Wesley Stewart, Betsy Nicholas. All these are folks signed up favorable. And then we do have one virtual witness signed up favorable with amendments, but we're going to take our two witnesses, Mr. Stewart and Ms. Nicholas, and then we'll take our virtual witness next. And so each of you are going to be on the 2.5-minute clock, and we're going to start, Mr. Stewart, or either way, whoever wants to go first.
Okay, I'll go ahead and
Okay?
start.
2.5
Thank you.
minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Vice Chair. I'm Betsy Nicholas with Potomac Riverkeeper Network, and strongly in favor of this bill. Was in favor of it last year. It's really been needed for a long time. Some of these fees haven't been updated for more than 30 years. I can tell you that a few years ago, I did a tiny renovation on my house, built about the smallest bathroom that you can build by law, and paid thousands of dollars in permitting fees, right? This is a standard we do for every area of business and work, that your permit fees should be paying for the employees that have to work and certify these things and ensure that they meet the law. So what the statute has set up for funding MDE has always been based on this premise that, in fact, the permittee has to pay for the costs of the people to oversee the permit, to understand the permit, and to issue it. We ran into some pretty significant problems with understaffing in Maryland Department of the Environment that we're still working to fix, and this committee had to pass laws, actually, to require the department to hire more staff. It is simply not fair for other taxpayers to have to subsidize these permitted industries by paying this out of general funds. So in order to have a properly functioning Maryland Department of the Environment, we need these fees. And as the Vice Chair pointed out, this is all the more relevant with what we're seeing on the federal landscape, where we may not have EPA oversight in the same way that we have before. So ensuring that we have the staffing to do their job, to do it efficiently and quickly, is essential for the business industry as much as it is to make sure that all of us are protected and safe and not exposed to toxic chemicals. Thank you, and I ask for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Wes Stewart from the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. This state has achieved a lot of progress in reducing childhood lead poisoning by 99%. The Maryland Department of Environment, its staff, the programs and services funded through the Lead Poisoning Prevention Fund are critical to us actually achieving our goal of ending lead poisoning. We've made progress, but we're really not there. We still have over 1,400 kids a year identified with lead poisoning. MDE staff through this fund does inspection and accreditation for workers and inspectors. It funds oversight of lead-safe work practices on job sites. It also oversees spot checks. One of the most important factors about this law is it's all privately enforced. So when we have rental property owners that come up for inspection every year, whenever there's a turnover, that requires a private inspector come out. And that is done through lead inspections that are accredited and certified. But the state also goes out and does spot checks. Recently, we had a lead risk assessor who was found not to be following protocols, issuing bogus certificates. And so that spot check's really critical. MDE has to have the resources throughout the state of Maryland to be able to go out and do those inspections, to verify that we have an integrity in our system. We also have the issue that enforcement is really critical. We have states such as Rhode Island who've passed somewhat similar laws to Maryland, but have not achieved the results that Maryland has achieved, have not reduced dramatic as Maryland has, because they're not doing adequate enforcement. And so this is really critical funding to pay for that enforcement. Again, Eastern Shore, Western Maryland, throughout the state, not just here in the central region. The last piece is the CDC reduced the level of concern. Back in 1991, it was 10. In 2012, CDC determined that there's no safe level of lead at which a child does not cause harm. No lead exposure does not cause harm. And what that means is at a level of 3.5 micrograms per deciliter, the state has to have additional resources to go out at lower levels and conduct environmental investigation. Again, our counties don't have that resources, only a few such as Baltimore City or Prince George's. So they rely on the department to go out when a child does have a lead level, and this lead poison prevention fund pays for that and coordinates also lead case management services, outreach and education, rental property owner compliance assistance. So again, all those things are necessary for us to continue to reduce lead and hopefully achieve our goal of eliminating lead poisoning. For that reason, we ask for your support. There's additional fees and additional revenue is needed for the department to be able to meet the demand and provide these important prevention services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the two in-person favorable witnesses before we go to our FWA witness next, favorable with amendment? So questions for the two panelists here in person at the table? Seeing none, thank you both. Okay, we're going to go to the final witness on this bill, Michael Cicada, signed up favor with amendments. And sir, you've got 2.5 minutes, and explain what amendments you're proffering to the committee, okay?
I appreciate that. For the record, Michael Cicada, head of the transportation industry in Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association. Maryland's construction and transportation industries are facing significant challenges, particularly due to the current transportation budget constraints. And with 19 of our 24 jurisdictions sharing a border, our companies don't just compete with Maryland, they compete across the state lines and across the river. You know, when fees increase here while remaining stable or even lower in neighboring states, our industry loses its competitive advantage. This bill proposes a drastic increase in surface mining permit fees. We recognize that fees haven't been raised in 31 years, and we support a reasonable increase. However, the scale of the proposed hikes would make Maryland less attractive for business, pushing jobs and investments to Virginia, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia and Delaware. The reality is simple. You know, if costs are too high, companies will look elsewhere. Contracts will shift to neighboring states, reducing demand for Maryland-based labor and materials. This doesn't just harm businesses, but it harms Maryland's entire economy. The state could ultimately lose more in economic activity and then it gains in revenue from these fees. And we're not here to reject an increase outright, Chair. We recognize that the need and remain committed to being a partner in this process. That's why we are actively working with MDE to develop a balanced solution, you know, one that ensures fair funding for MDE while also maintaining Maryland's economic competitiveness. You know, we want to work together for a practical approach, one that keeps Maryland open for business, supports economic growth, and prevents us from pricing ourselves out of the market. We are actively working with MDE to achieve that balance. We did submit our amendments in the written testimony, sir.
Okay, thank you. Questions for our virtual witness? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 250. We're going to next go to Senator Hester on Senate Bill 134. Senator Hester, why don't you go up to the witness table? I'm going to call up your panel, although you've got, I think, 3 virtual witnesses, 1 in person. Well, okay, yeah, I see Sophia Jones. Or no, well, I'm sorry. So, well, Rick Kessler. Mr. Kessler still here? Okay, Rick, come on up. Rachel Jones. I see Ms. Jones here in person. And then
Brenda Platt and Sophia Jones should be online.
She's going to be online?
Yeah.
What about Tanvi Modagula? Do you know?
She's also online.
Okay, she's not part of your panel. Okay. Okay, we've got Mr. Kessler, Ms. Jones here as part of your panel, your 2 panel, and then we've got 1 virtual witness, which is Brenda Platt. Who is that? Your virtual panelist?
So
I've got Sophia Jones and Brenda Platt here.
Those are both
virtually.
virtual, and then Tanvi is also virtual.
Okay. Okay. So why don't? So I just want to clarify. Okay. Sophia's not in the waiting room. But
She said she's having trouble connecting.
okay, we'll try to figure that out. Why don't we just start Senator Hester, and then we'll try to figure out Sophia Jones's technical issue. You take the time you need to present Senate Bill 134.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Education, Energy, and
And I
Environment
just also
Committee.
said we have been joined by none other than Senator Michael Jackson from the Budget and Taxation Committee. This is a joint assignment. So yes, I want to acknowledge his presence. Yes, MJ's in the house. Okay, back to you, Senator Hester.
Okay, for the record, Senator Katie Fry Hester, thank you for your consideration of Senate Bill 134, the Solid Waste Disposal Surcharge and Wasted Food Reduction and Diversion Fund and Grant Program. For historical reference, this bill has been championed by Vice Chair Boyce over the last 4 years, introduced in 2024, 2023, and 2022. Additionally, I had a very similar bill in 2024, SB 56, so it may seem rather familiar to you. In 2019, Maryland produced 1.86 million tons of compostable products and 927,000 tons of food waste. That is a lot of waste, of which only 15.5% was recycled, and our goal is 50%. And given that this food waste accounts for methane coming out of our landfills, and methane is 28 times more harmful to the environment than CO2, it's absolutely critical that we find a way to deal with this organic waste. And so what Senate Bill 134 does is it establishes a funding mechanism to support 3 food waste reduction and diversion grant programs through a $2 per ton surcharge on final waste disposal. I would like to draw your attention to this document here that was just passed out with a little pie chart on top. Here you'll see the 3 funds that we are proposing that this surcharge will feed into. So the first one is the Wasted Food Reduction and Diversion Grant Program. This will support projects, infrastructure, technical assistance, and education to help us all across the entire state reduce food waste and transition away from single-use food service ware. And the second quarter of the circle is the on-farm organics diversion recycling grant program. This will assist farmers in food preservation via cold storage and food rescue, organics recycling, and compost use. The 50%, the bottom half of the circle, goes straight to the counties as block grants. And the counties are then eligible to receive the funding in proportion to their population to reduce, rescue, and divert this wasted food. And so in all 3 of these grant programs, various entities, including local governments, educational agencies, nonprofit organizations, for-profit businesses, and farmers, are eligible for funding provided it's used for these uses. Priority will be given to projects benefiting local communities, serving overburdened or underserved communities, and following best management practices. So the surcharge here is where the money comes from. It's $2 per ton on final waste disposal, and it will be reviewed every 2 years to adjust for inflation. The waste disposal facilities collect the surcharge and submit the funds to the state. The surcharge does not apply to materials recycled, composted, or diverted from final disposal. So this means the more you recycle, the less you have to pay. 8 states across the country have very similar surcharges and waste diversion policies. These include grants for recycling. For example, New Jersey has a $3 surcharge. Pennsylvania has a $2 surcharge. There's also Minnesota, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Iowa, Ohio, and Indiana, which are in the ballpark, some higher, some lower. But I think New Jersey and Pennsylvania are close to us in proximity and close to us in the proposed cost. California, Arizona, Illinois, Michigan, Mississippi, and Colorado, and West Virginia also have similar programs. And if you're looking for where this information is, it's the final chart on my testimony in your bill file. But I would now, just in conclusion, like to draw your attention to this picture that should have just been passed out. It says, how does the disposal surcharge work? So basically, if you start with the little yellow people over here by the store, we all eat, we all produce waste. There is a cost to disposal of waste. Once it gets to the, by truck to the landfill or the incinerators or wherever it's going, there is a $2 per ton fee. That fee then goes to the Wasted Reduction and Diversion Fund. And then that gets split up into these 3 bits, which we just talked about. And I just want to point out that that the grants will start off at about $10.8 million in those grant funds in 2027 and go up from there. And if you spread out this $2 per ton, it averages out to about $2.50 per capita per year in Maryland, and that's be spread out between households, businesses, and other waste generators. So it's not, I mean, $2.50 per person per year is what it equates to. But the beauty of it is, to complete the circle, these three funds will help us to reduce the amount that we are actually putting into the landfill in the first place, and therefore you get the savings that are coming back to the people because they have better ways to recycle and divert this organic food waste from going into the garbage in the first place. And so it completes the full circle. And so with that, I would like to respectfully request a favorable report of Senate Bill 134. And I think I would like to start with my in-person panel first, then move to online, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Okay, do you want to, Mr. Kessler, do you want to go next?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, members. Nice to see you again so soon. Senator Hester. And if I sound like we coordinated, we're just meeting for the first time now, so this is totally independent.
I should welcome you. We've known each other for a long time. This is your first appearance today in this committee.
It is.
So I should have started with that, but so welcome, and that doesn't need, you still have 10 more seconds.
Well, thank you. And just again, for the record, I'm Rick Kessler. I'm the new Director of Land and Materials Administration at MDE, and I'm pleased to be here on behalf of MDE to speak in support of SB 134, which seeks to tackle the really important issue of food loss and waste, a matter which directly affects both the environment and public health. Now, according to the US EPA, where I just came from, food waste accounts for 58% of methane emissions from landfills. And those landfills are the third largest source of methane in our country. So that's a lot of, and as the senator said, methane is a super pollutant with many more times the warming potential than CO2. So, you know, when we dispose of these things, we are not just wasting food, but we're creating more problems for ourselves. So even more importantly, I guess, for the members of this committee, 18% of Maryland's waste stream is comprised of food residuals, making it the largest component of our waste stream. Now, reducing food loss and waste and increasing the recycling of organics have an immediate, profound, and cost-effective positive impact on not just climate change, but job creation, landfill space. It benefits our farming sector, and of course, food insecurity. SB 134 would greatly assist this effort by establishing grants that would fund organics, recycling infrastructure, and other investments that would not only help our state meet its waste diversion goals, but also help shield our citizens from the potential for increased costs associated with shipping waste out of state as our landfill capacity declines. It would help foster new composting and organics recycling businesses, and it would pave the way for recovering resources rich in essential nutrients that can be and should be returned to soils on our farms to reduce reliance on mined and synthetic fertilizers. SB 134 would accomplish all this by establishing a $2 per ton surcharge on materials managed through a refuse disposal system, raising more than $14 million to fund a wasted food reduction, or the grant programs the senator mentioned. The bill represents a win for our farms, our businesses, our environment, and our citizens, particularly those suffering from food insecurity, which is why MDE urges the committee to favorably report the bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jones, your next 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Rachel Jones, Director of Government Relations for the Maryland Department of Agriculture. MDA supports this legislation because it establishes the on-farm organics diversion and recycling program both at MDA and MDE. We were pleased to coordinate with the sponsors and with MDE on this over the interim. The grant program at MDA would go towards eligible entities to assist them with costs of developing and implementing on-farm composting and compost use projects. We travel the state during the interim with the secretary, and we get to visit all kinds of farms across the state. We've seen some pretty unique on-farm composting operations, particularly in Montgomery and Prince George's counties, where farmers are taking raw material and they're recycling that. They're then using that, making their own compost, and returning that to the soil to help build up soil health. That's something we'd love to see farmers and landowners be able to do across the state. So MDE has already talked about the benefit of what it would mean for the environment. So not only do we support those benefits, but again, we support farmers having the ability to use materials that are produced right there within their operation instead of having to purchase additional fertilizers. Or we've talked in this committee in previous years about DAF material and all kinds of other residuals that get spread and applied to the land. Organic compost is as simple as it gets, and so that's something that we support. Well-managed compost provides a carbon-rich material that's an excellent source for building up soil health. And we understand from our conversations with the sponsors that we know that there was opposition from some of the waste management companies, and while MDA, certainly that's not our intent here. We love what the program itself would do in its establishment and our ability to provide resources and technical assistance to those who would like to set this up. And we do appreciate that the sponsors did look at what tipping fees were comparable in our other states in the region. And so with that, we'd ask for a favorable report.
Let's go to, we do have, it looks like a full cadre of our virtual witnesses. Brenda Platt, I think you're part of Senator Hester's panel, and you're signed up favorable. Why don't you proceed 2.5 minutes? We'll start with you, Brenda Platt.
Yes, thank you, Chair and committee members. I'm Brenda Platt with the nonprofit, the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, and we've been working with the sponsors for a number of years on variations of this bill. Let me highlight 5 reasons to support Senate Bill 134. First, landfilling and burning our waste our waste costs taxpayers a boatload of money. The average American family of 4 spends $1,500 a year on uneaten food. Second, solid waste management is a $91 billion industry, and 5 companies alone control half of that. That's a massive transfer of wealth into the pockets of a handful of companies and money that too often flows out of state. Republic Industries, which opposes this bill, earned more than $4 billion in its last reported quarter. Third, the solutions aren't going to magically appear without investment. So those solutions include food rescue, transition to reusable utensils over throwaway items, helping farmers compost and use compost. Moving to reuse alone would save our schools thousands of dollars each year. The fourth point I want to make is that you may hear that the $2 per ton surcharge will hurt taxpayers or businesses or even increase waste flowing out of state. We believe those are false. Rather, this bill encourages Marylanders to stop producing trash, and it supports in-state solutions and options, including for haulers. The less trash produced, the longer our publicly owned landfills remain open, which, by the way, is the best way to keep disposal costs from rising. Food rescue and composting are cheaper than disposal, and there's many co-benefits. There's more jobs created, there's healthier soils, resilient food systems, a stronger farm economy, a lot of things the committee's already been addressing in this hearing today. And number 5, the bill represents exactly what state leaders have articulated is needed. It is a new revenue-creating policy that keeps our state competitive with the surrounding region while also prioritizing safety, economic growth, and the environment. Thank you to Senator Hester for sponsoring the bill. We urge a favorable vote from the committee. Thank you so much.
Okay, and we have Sophia Jones here, who's part of your panel, Senator Hester. So why don't, Ms. Jones, we're going to take you 2.5 minutes, then we'll take questions, then we'll move to some of the other witnesses who signed up. So Sophia Jones, you're signed up favorable as part of Senator Hester's panel. So 2.5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee and to Senator Hester for bringing this legislation forward. My name is Sophia Jones. I work on policies to advance composting at the Institute for Local Self-Reliance. We've worked really closely with the sponsors and many stakeholders over the past 4 years to develop a bill that's implementable in Maryland. During this time, I researched other states that have this type of funding mechanism, integrating their lessons learned and best practices into this bill. Senate Bill 134 establishes a consistent source of funding that isn't dependent on appropriations or federal funding and covers administrative costs. This model is already successful in at least 10 other states. New Jersey, for example, distributes $7.2 million annually to county governments through their recycling enhancement program. Indiana's grant program has created over 1,000 jobs since 2008, they divert over 1.5 million tons of material annually. In North Carolina, just under $1 million in grant funding resulted in 45 new jobs created, 8 million additional tons recycled, and 55,000 tons of organic material diverted. Imagine what $14 million annually will achieve in Maryland. More in-state jobs, less material wasted, safe landfill space, infrastructure, education, the list goes on. As Senator Hester explained, if the $2 per ton disposal surcharge is passed down to waste generators, it would cost $2.50 per person per year. That's less than 1 cent per person per day, a minuscule amount for this investment. My written testimony submitted on behalf of ILSR has 44 organizations signed on to it. They represent a wide variety of sectors, and all of them recognize the benefits that this bill would bring to the communities they serve and represent. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to the additional witnesses who've signed up, let's go to Senator Hester and her panel for questions. So we've got the 2 in-person witnesses, we've got the 2 virtual witnesses just testified. Questions for Senator Hester? We're going to start with Senator Carrozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Hester, for all the work. My question is, we have a very successful local composting operation in Ocean City, which was started by the owner of the Hobbit, Garvey Heiderman, and has expanded from like a couple restaurants to many, and they take their food composting over to Bishopville, which is across the Route 90 bridge. My question, giving that background, is I'm assuming from the description where it says the bill supports small businesses and local communities, that this would be an example of an applicant that would tap the Wasted Food Reduction and Diversion Grant Program?
First of all, it sounds like that's a great program, so hopefully I can come see it sometime.
You will.
Awesome. I think you're probably right. I think it would allow them to probably expand and invest in the infrastructure, or maybe to take on more. But whether it would be through the state or the county, I'd have to get back to you specifically on it, because the grants are very, very similar. The block grants to the counties mirrors kind of the one at the state level. So I'd have to go back and just double check which specific one they would be eligible for.
Okay, appreciate it.
No worries.
Thanks.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, Senator Watson.
Just trying to make sure I understand, whom do the funds come from? The garbage truck drivers?
Go ahead.
So it would be paid by the, when waste is hauled to an end destination, whether that's in a particular county, its final place within the state.
Like a landfill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a landfill or a transfer station, if that's the last point before it leaves the state. Correct. Then ultimately, I guess the hauler would be the one paying the tipping. It's basically in addition to the tipping fee.
So the trucks would be weighed, and that's how they determine how much that truck has to. And so it's the hauler who's actually incurring that cost?
Ultimately, it's
and if they're hauling away to support a local municipality or an HOA or something like that, then they can pass those costs down?
correct.
Okay.
That's what would be expected.
And so I don't compost. Too much trouble. But I throw everything in the garbage, right? So my garbage is always, with the exception of recyclables, a mixture of trash and uneaten food. Is that what we're talking about? Or we're talking about folks that really do the work to separate the food from the trash, and it's pure food that's getting weighed and being charged?
So my understanding, my understanding is that, so it's all still commingled, right?
Yes.
And then that is what has the $2 per ton, no charge. And then the grant funds the money comes to the grant funds, and then these are used to develop additional facilities to keep the food waste out of the waste stream to begin with. So you're ultimately, like, let's say you have a new composting facility or a new kind of reusable instead of plastic, wear reusable silverware or something, that actually prevents it from going back in the first place.
So let me ask.
So we're not asking you in this scenario. We are not yet asking you to source separate your compost. It could be done by one of these small programs, like the good senator from Ocean City just suggested. They haven't. That would all be determined at the local level.
So let me just ask a real simple question. I think you had mentioned it. You said that uneaten food that goes to a landfill produces methane, which is worse to the environment than burning refuse?
So, again, I think what we're talking about is that landfills are the third largest source of methane emissions, and methane is 32 times more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. So when you divert, all you're doing is, in fact, when you waste food, you're literally wasting a resource. And not only wasting a resource, but you're creating more problems because that landfill you produce more methane. And again, 58% of the methane from these landfills comes from this wasted food. So by saving that food, by turning it into compost, by diverting it, the best use is to divert it completely if it's able to be shared with those who don't have enough food, right? These are higher uses than either landfilling or burning that wasted organic.
Senator, if I may, Prince George's County does have a composting program, and I can get more details on that for you from Delegate Boyce, but the county did reach out because they did have concerns. There's a very successful organic recycling program already within the county where many residents are already paying into a fund to be able to have that service. And so I think initially they reached out to Delegate Boyce about potentially working out some of the language or amending the bill, and I can get more details on that for you, but I know that there are some municipalities and jurisdictions that do already have very successful composting programs, and they'd have to figure out with this bill how to ensure that residents aren't being charged twice for the same service.
Right. So, and I appreciate the ability to try to generate some additional revenue for the state, but this bill I kind of put into the same category as I looked at with the Better Bottle bill, right? We already have receptacles for composting that everyone in Prince George's County had access to, and those who do it regularly, they use that. And now this, while it will generate income, is going to put a burden on somebody. I haven't quite figured it out, whether it's the truck drivers or something, but somebody's got to pay the cost to generate that revenue. And, I always, question, is it duplicative of what we already have going? Those kind of things. But I need to raise some revenue, so I appreciate it.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? Okay, thank you. I'm going to call up, I think Emily Ransom is here. I'm going to call Ms. Ransom up here in person, and then we've got 2 virtual witnesses signed up favorable. We'll take you after we take our in-person testimony. So, Ms. Ransom, you're going to be on the 2.5-minute clock, favorable, and then we do have a panel of unfavorables after that. So, Ms. Ransom, why don't you proceed?
All right. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I am Emily Ransom with Clean Water Action, here in support of Senate Bill 134. Maryland has made significant strides in increasing the opportunity that we have for food waste diversion. For example, the organic waste diversion bill that passed a couple of years ago and the on-farm permit exemption. But a big issue remains for small businesses and communities is funding. And this is not a unique problem to Maryland, and several states have similar organic waste diversion requirements that we have. And in 2024, the University of Texas and the University of California, San Diego released a report analyzing these different food waste diversion requirements on reducing methane. And of the states studied, Massachusetts was the leader. So why was Massachusetts the leader? It's because they invested in organic waste diversion. They saw a 25% reduction in greenhouse gases and 380,000 tons diverted. And so This type of funding would be a game changer for a lot of the groups on the ground, the small ones in Ocean City, municipalities that are seeking to expand curbside food waste recycling, and is one of the reasons why we are here in full-throated support. The 2023 Maryland Solid Waste Management and Diversion Report estimates that we have about 21 years of landfill capacity remaining, and that's assuming no population growth. So a small assumption. And I double-checked. I was like, really? Okay, we're going with it. And so this type of infrastructure funding would be a game changer for reducing the amount of trash we're throwing out, building our soils with compost on farms, and making sure that we're not, just throwing away what could be a great opportunity. So for that, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Kagan, and then we're going to take our two, actually, can you hold off? We've got two virtual witnesses signed up favorable. Let's take them. Stephanie Lansing, let's start with you, and then we'll go to our last witness. Then we'll take the question from Vice Chair Kagan. Ms. Lansing, 2.5 minutes.
Wonderful. So I'm Dr. Stephanie Lansing. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland in Environmental Science and Technology, but I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council. I serve as the co-vice chair of the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council and also lead the Environment and Production Subcommittee. The council has stated its support for this bill. In 2021, the legislative session brought together 32 appointed members from across the state with different areas of entry and expertise to work towards a more resilient food system and address the food insecurity crisis. So really, as the Maryland Food Resiliency Council, we're here to develop equitable and sustainable policy recommendations that really help the long-term resiliency of Maryland's food system. In our November 2024 report that we submitted to the Maryland legislature, one of our recommendations, recommendation 2.2, was basically this bill. The reason why it's so important for the Maryland Food System Resiliency Council and for the food resiliency in the state is because it provides these funds that not only would create compost or other things you're talking about if you throw away something, if you don't divert it, but it's also diverting to food who need it. This will provide cold storage infrastructure. It'll provide food diversion programs to pantries. It'll create infrastructure to actually get food to where people need it so that it's not thrown away. You can propose, NGOs, agencies can propose food diversion programs that make sense for their locality, which may be actually diverting food before it goes to the landfill. It's really about diverting the amount of food that gets to the landfill where we have the large greenhouse gas emissions. And that can be done in many ways, including, you sorting it yourself, but it also can be programs that actually do education, that actually create the infrastructure for that diversion so that we keep it at the right temperature throughout so that it's not wasted, that it's recoverable. And but that takes funding. And so this will allow the funding to occur that actually increases the resiliency of our food system so that food is not wasted, that all the energy, water, and soil that we go into producing food actually is utilized more efficiently. And so that could be, if it is wasted and spoiled, it could be towards compost, but it also could be for diversion so that we actually feed people in Maryland that need the food that we're producing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's just go to the final proponents panel. Tanvi Mogadula, you're signed up favorable, 2.5 minutes, and then we'll take questions, starting with Vice Chair Kagan. Okay, why don't you start?
Good afternoon, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Tanvi Madagula, and I'm a junior at Mount Herman High School. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today in support of this bill. A few years ago, I helped start a composting program at my school, and the results were eye-opening. In just 4 months, our pilot program diverted 7,000 pounds of food waste from landfills. And that's the equivalent of offsetting 314 gallons of gasoline. But getting there was not easy. We struggled to secure funding for training, infrastructure, and educational materials. The only reason we were able to launch this program was because of a small temporary grant. But this experience showed me how much schools can do to fight food waste, but also how much more support we need to make these efforts sustainable. Reliable funding, like what this bill provides, would allow schools to start and grow programs without the constant fear of running out of resources. And this bill isn't just about reducing waste, it's about education, empowerment, and community. Our composting program inspired younger students to get involved, it brought families together, and showed that small changes can lead to big impacts. Now imagine the difference we can make if more schools had the opportunity to implement these programs. And if we don't act now, schools could lose the momentum and miss the chance to build on the progress we've worked so hard to achieve. With this bill, we can ensure composting and food waste diversion become the norm in Maryland schools. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Kagan, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to do a question, but I can talk to Senator Hester offline. I just want to say I'm a huge composter, and I create the tiniest little bit of trash, and I only put out one bag every like 3 weeks, and that's basically used kitty litter. So it's the right direction, but we compost here in our committee because we are the Senate Environment Committee, and we don't even do it right or effectively here. And even though we've had it in our committee for what, Mr. Chair, 3 years now, 4 years, I was hoping that we would be the pilot and it would be elsewhere in this complex, and it's not. So we've got to help educate and inspire folks because of the economic impact, because of the environmental impact. And so I want to just thank Senator Hester for her leadership on this, and I hope we will continue the conversation through this bill or some modification of this bill or whatever that is, but we really need to move forward with something on composting in Maryland. So Ms. Garr, Tanvi, everybody, thank you. Stephanie, thank you for your leadership. This is an important issue.
Okay, well, that wasn't really a question, so we're going to go to Senator Hester.
Thank you. I just wanted to circle back to Tanvi, who is Mount Hebron, right? Is in District 9. And my question was, so you started the program with a little bit of funding, and then were you able to continue the program, or did it have to stop because the funding dried up? Like, what happened in the end?
Yeah, so the funding, it was a temporary funding that we received from the Maryland State Department. We got about $8,000. Unfortunately, it did stop because the grant period ended, and it was for a pilot program, and now we're kind of pushing forward and hoping to get more funding for this program to continue to start.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to bring up one panel of unfavorables. Larry Foster here. Okay, Mr. Foster, Drew Vetter, see Mr. Vetter, David Taylor, and Lisa Cardell. That's 4 panelists for the unfavorable panel. And Mr. Foster, since I called you first, why don't you start off, and each of you are going to be on the 2.5-minute clock, okay? So why don't you start when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Larry Foster. I'm here today on behalf of my company, Evergreen Disposal. We're a family, locally owned business proudly serving the Southern Maryland community for the past 16 years. Throughout this time, Evergreen has been the cornerstone of the community, remaining committed to dumping locally in Southern Maryland, even with out-of-state options are available. I'm here to express my strong opposition of SB 134, an unnecessary tax that will place undue burdens on small haulers like myself and the residents we serve. If passed, this tax will force small haulers to either absorb the increased cost, placing additional strain on already thin margins, or pass them on to homeowners, many of whom are already feeling financial pressures. Here are some of the figures that highlight the challenges our industry has endured over the past few years. The cost of new trash trucks has increased from $285,000 to $445,000 in the past 3 years, a 64% jump. Tire prices have risen 32% during the same period. Recycling dumping fees have escalated from $68 per ton to $105 per ton, a staggering 64% increase. Our local county landfill has just increased, the largest yearly increase in history, with an 11% increase. These numbers illustrate the financial strain that haulers like Evergreen are already navigating. Adding a tax that can be reviewed and adjusted every 2 years by the Maryland Department of the Environment creates further uncertainty. Where do the increases stop? Additionally, the proposed tax could have unintended consequences for Maryland's environment. Historically, taxes on waste disposal have led to increased illegal dumping and other unregulated practices, which can result in significant environmental harm. The purpose of this legislation could be undermined by the very behavior it inadvertently encourages. Another critical concern is the economic impact on local communities. By forcing haulers to seek cheaper disposal options out of state, this tax could reduce revenue for local landfills and transfer stations, thereby negatively affecting local economies. With that being said, this seems to be a feel-good program. If we could come up with something that works, I've looked at Falls Church, Virginia, Arlington, Virginia. I also work in the Fairfax sector. A lot of these organics programs just do not work. There's not enough participation, and you can look up the statistics. With the facts in mind, I strongly urge you to vote no to SB 134. This tax would harm small businesses, burden homeowners, and create potential risk for Maryland's environment and economy.
Okay, who wants to go next?
Okay.
Mr. Vetter?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Drew Vetter, representing the Maryland chapter of the National Waste and Recycling Association. We represent the private sector of the waste and recycling industry in the U.S. and here in Maryland. While we support the composting and food diversion goals of this bill, we oppose it for the following reasons. One, we suggest more of a focus on producers. This bill shifts the financial burden of food waste reduction onto the waste disposal system. Our members, like Evergreen, who just spoke, handle waste after it's generated, often on behalf of local government and small business customers. That's a necessary public service. Interventions to incentivize food waste and organics diversion should be focused at the source on upstream producers like large producers, and that's what the General Assembly did. It passed a bill in 2021 on organics and recycling waste diversion that is aimed at large producers. That went into effect in January of 2023. Before creating a new program, we should make sure that that program is working as intended. Two is the cost. This bill raises cost for consumers and local governments through the surcharge. This is summarized in the fiscal note in response to Senator Watson's question about who is paying. It's the owners of landfills, transfer stations, most of which are county-owned. Some are privately owned as well. But the fiscal note highlights how increased costs will be passed to consumers and that many refuse disposal systems are in fact owned by local governments. Three, we would urge a closer examination of the level of the surcharge. The bill has it at $2, which according to the fiscal note will raise about $14.4 million by 2028. This bill has been in for a number of years. Last year, the bill passed the House, but removed the surcharge funding mechanism. At the time, MDE estimated that it would need about $3 million to stand up a viable program. 14.4 is obviously well in excess of that. So if we are to move forward, we would examine the level of the surcharge and perhaps start at a much smaller rate and look at alternative sources. So again, while the goals are admirable, we respectfully request an unfavorable report of this bill as drafted. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Lisa Cardell. I'm the Director of Public Affairs for WM, formerly known as Waste Management. We're North America's largest provider of comprehensive environmental solutions. We provide waste collection, recycling, disposal services for residential, commercial, industrial, medical, as well as municipal customers here in Maryland. I'm here today to oppose. Sorry. I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 134. While we support food waste reduction as well as composting, this fee will be passed on to all the generators of solid waste in Maryland, which equates to every resident and household and business in Maryland, which in the form of a larger waste disposal fee. Every household and business will see the increase in their monthly bills. Why would we want to add additional economic burden on all Marylanders, especially when those that can least afford it? Waste services is not a luxury, it's a necessity. During this difficult economic time, most Maryland families and businesses are already struggling with tightening budgets and limited disposable income. This is not the time to impose an additional fee on them. This fee will impact all localities in Maryland also. Not only will it impact the households and businesses, but it'll impact schools and local governments as well. Local governments are already struggling to meet their budgets and provide essential services in their communities. This new trash fee would be another burden on the already cash-strapped localities. Constitutionally, the statewide solid waste disposal surcharge would have to be imposed on both public and private waste disposal systems. I encourage you to vote no on Senate Bill 134.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Taylor. I'm the Director of Operations for WB Waste Solutions. WB Waste Solutions is a locally owned, family-owned minority business which started in Prince George's County over 30 years ago. We currently operate 3 transfer stations and 1 recycling processing facility in the state of Maryland, in addition to our 150-plus collection trucks. We have servicing citizens of the state of Maryland 6 days a week. We are strongly opposed to SB 134 as we feel it will adversely affect not only our business, but every small business and family-owned recycling and solid waste hauling, processing, and recycling business in Maryland. Since COVID affected all of us in 2020, the solid waste industry has been hit with price increase after price increase for all major goods and services needed to make our business flow and grow each day. Between the increases we have seen over the last 4 years in fuel, tires, insurance premiums, and labor costs, I feel this proposed $2 per ton surcharge would only add undue burden to our industry. In order to absorb this proposed surcharge, so as not to adversely affect our already slim margins, my company would invariably pass this surcharge on to all of our customers, many of whom are also small local businesses that utilize all of our transfer stations for their convenient location and relatively affordable tipping fees. This will trickle down to the residents in the community, many of whom are already struggling economically, as most haulers are not willing or able to absorb this extra expense. I unfortunately did not see the grant funds generated from this proposed $2 per ton surcharge being successfully used to solve the issues of uneaten food being thrown away in the state of Maryland. I operated the country's largest food waste recycling compost facility, taking in over 2,000 tons per day for the past 5 years. And while on-site farm composting is great and very noble, the technology required to meet the requirements to eliminate the pathogens associated with food waste and to generate a stable compost are extremely expensive, as are the regulations to monitor environmental compliance associated with managing food waste composting operations. Is there a problem with uneaten food in the state of Maryland? Yes. However, I do not find this $2 per ton fee as a way to solve this issue. I see this surcharge as a way to simply make more revenue off of local solid waste companies who have already been struggling since COVID-19. I strongly urge our legislative leaders to oppose SB 134. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thank you all for being with us. Senator Jackson, who's visiting from the Budget and Taxation Committee, has questions for this
Thank you.
For this panel.
Thank you very much for the last witness. You said you have you operated one of the largest food composting companies?
That's correct. It was when I was working for a company in California called Recology.
So what do you? So do you have any idea ideas you'd like to share with us to address this concern we have? Because obviously it's a concern.
So in California, they had set up the structure so that they actually made it more difficult to landfill products. A lot of your businesses got a lot of credits in order to compost. For example, Safeway was a huge customer of ours. They received large credits that then they could turn back into a revenue stream for their business in the state of California. So businesses were forced to compost more. As far as trying to get your residents to do more, again, I know Senator Kagan, you had mentioned that you compost. I compost at home as well. You know, I have my own small composting bin that I use. I certainly would urge all residents to be able to do that. Perhaps if you were going to have some sort of fund maybe look to another alternative in order to get some funding elsewhere so that you could propose in-home composting bins. Maybe that would be a better way to limit what we're trying to do right here with SB 134.
Okay. Thank you.
You good? Okay. Senator Carrozza?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Taylor, you and also I think it was Mr. Foster, you both talked about the impact on the small waste haulers and the family business. But Mr. Taylor, you also mentioned that a possible negative effect on other recyclers. And I didn't understand that part of it.
When I say recyclers, I'm also referring to most people that recycle, such as Evergreen. They also collect solid waste. Overall, it's just going to have, I believe, a negative impact on our business because, as Mr. Foster and I both mentioned, we're going to end up having to pass these expenses on to other businesses. It gets passed on to the residents. We started, our company, WB Waste, started out with an owner who had a vision to have one trash truck to help his family. And then he eventually moved up to 3. And he thought he was, setting the world on fire because he was taking care of his family and doing a great job. And the owner of our company did a tremendous job to build the company up to what it is now. There's a lot of other companies out there like that. And I see fees like this making it harder for them to compete and harder for them to grow.
Thank you.
Are you good, Senator Carrozza? You good? Okay. I see no other questions from colleagues, so thank you again for being with us today and participating in democracy. We appreciate your views. That completes the hearing on Senate Bill 134. Thank you, Senator Hester. Next up, Senator Jackson. We appreciate having you here. And then Senator Folden, you're right after. This one should go fairly quickly. Senate Bill 425, Senator Jackson, Coal Combustion Byproducts Fees Coordinating Committee and Regulations. Noah Waters, Dean Najox. You may come forward if you'd like or be ready. And Kamarta Gray. I'm afraid I can't. Kamita Gray. If I mispronounce you, I apologize. Okay. Senator Jackson, you may begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the EEE Committee. For the record, my name is Michael Jackson, Senator for District 27, on behalf of Senate Bill 425, Environment Coal Combustion Byproducts Fees Coordinating Committee and Regulations. Senate Bill 425 is a piece of legislation that's aimed at mitigating environmental and public health impacts of coal ash and to bridge the gaps between what exists at the federal level with the state regulations that we have in place. The legislation is a partnership between myself and Delegate Mary Lehman on the House, as she has taken the lead on this issue. Joining me today are several advocates that will be able to fill in more technical information and questions than I have, including the mayor of one of my municipalities, Mayor Noah Waters of the town of Eagle Harbor. As this committee is well aware, coal ash is the byproduct of burning of coal in coal-fired power plants, and it contains toxic chemicals and metals that have been linked to numerous detrimental health effects. Senate Bill 250, we had a brief during that, the departmental testimony, you heard some testimony regarding coal ash. Coal-fired power plants are no longer in existence on a regular basis, but we still have the net effects. In recent years, federal regulations have taken this issue head on. The aim of this legislation is to remove any gaps between the work of the federal government and state government to enact stringent standards to protect our citizens. The legislation does a few things. First, the Maryland Department of Environment would be required to initiate state coal ash disposal regulations mirroring and potentially exceeding those established by the federal EPA, which were established back in May of 2024. Secondly, the Department of Environment will be tasked with increasing base fees for power generators who produce coal ash waste. The fee will be a minimum of $2.30 per ton of coal combustion byproducts. Then finally, a statewide coal combustion byproducts coordinating committee would be created to ensure implementation of the related regulations. The committee would be staffed by MDE and DNR, Department of Natural Resources and Maryland Department of Environment. Within DNR, the Power Plant Research Program, and they will also include local government officials, advocates, public health, and environment experts. The committee will be tasked with meeting at least twice a year, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and reporting these findings to the General Assembly. This is pretty much the crux of the bill. We have tried had numerous efforts over the years to try to bring this under some sort of control and to the forefront, and we believe that this committee will get us moving in the right direction. With that, we ask for a favorable vote on this piece of legislation, and I will turn it over to the panelists, and stand for questions as you.
Nadrix?
Yeah, my name is Dean Aggs. I'm the Potomac River Keeper. I work for Potomac River Keeper Network. I've worked on coal ash in North Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland. I've testified before EPA at federal hearings on coal ash. And, the one thing I've learned is coal ash kills people. It has caused cancer clusters all around the country. There's a lot of people, like drinking wells have been contaminated. It's caused lost property values. Real major public health. We heard from the watermen today that we have contaminated tributaries, fish in the Potomac River that have been contaminated from coal ash. And so this bill, I think, is very, very important that it starts getting at cleanup. And, where I live in Prince George's County, we have one of the worst landfills, coal ash landfills in the entire country. And MDE, to their credit, tried to get a handle on this back in 2013. Put GenOn's 3 major coal ash landfills in Faulkner and Charles County, the one in Prince George's County at Brandywine, as well as Montgomery County. Monitoring requirements, trying to deal with the issue, but there's still continued ongoing groundwater contamination all these years later. 2015, EPA implements its first coal ash regulations, but it tended to target coal ash ponds rather than landfills. And then, basically, in North Carolina, instituted legislation in 2015 to start cleaning up these coal ash dumps, start recycling and removing a lot of this coal ash and protecting private communities that have been impacted by coal ash. Virginia did something similar in 2019. So Virginia and North Carolina are years ahead of Maryland in terms of dealing with coal ash and cleaning up these sites, right? So in 2023, the EPA finally said, they made coal ash the top enforcement priority in the country because they realized that these states were not doing a good enough job to clean up these coal ash sites and protect the communities, even with the 2015 rules. In 2024, the EPA just adopted the new legacy rules to try and get their handle on this and start requiring these states to do a better job of cleaning up coal ash. And so the good thing about this rule is that it really adopts these federal rules. We know that the Trump administration is going to roll back these 2024 rules that are going into effect May of 2025 that were just passed this year. And it requires monitoring requirements, it updates the monitoring requirements. More importantly, you heard about the fee structure that MDE was talking about earlier. We need money. Just because these coal ash plants have shut down, we still have a coal ash problem. So I encourage you to support these bills and get up to date about cleaning up these coal ash sites like North Carolina and Virginia are doing. I'm sorry I went long.
It's all right. Thank you. Thank you for your passion and your long history of working on this. Is your mayor here? Mayor Walters? Noah Walters?
Do we have anyone on virtual?
We have Noah Waters. Okay.
And while we're waiting, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair, I live on the eastern side of southern Prince George's County, where we are on well and septic, and this is a long-going, standing issue that we've had for years down in that area. So we're very excited about this opportunity to bring this forth. There's a mayor there. So.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Mayor Waters, welcome to the committee. We're glad you're home and staying safe with the impending weather.
Yes, hopefully you can hear me. The volume's low.
But fine.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Testifying in support of SB 425, I am Mayor Noah Waters of the town of Eagle Harbor, a waterfront community in the critical Bay Area of the Patuxent River. We are a fence line community located adjacent to and at a lower elevation to the Chalk Point Power Plant in Aquasco, Maryland. Since the plant's inception in 1964 and throughout 2021 and for 57 years, the plant burned coal. Sandwiched between the power plant to the east and within impact distance to a coal ash dump site mentioned in Brandywine to the west, that according to earthjustice.org is the 7th most toxic ash dump site in the United States. Eagle Harbor and surrounding communities have endured the environmental impacts of coal ash for decades and continue to endure legacy impacts of coal ash. It is important to note that the Chalk Point Power Plant dumped coal ash at the highly toxic dump site in Brandywine. However, regarding the public safety and well-being, testing has been absent. Pleading and begging for testing throughout my so far 3-year tenure as mayor has essentially fallen on deaf ears. It was not until an independent company tested the town's water, finding polychlorinated biophenols, or PCB levels, 15 times the EPA standard, that the EPA has since tested PCBs with the results at this point being inconclusive. Along with mandates for testing and regulations for public safety and health, SB 425 is long overdue and humane, as environmental impacts of coal ash impact more than a generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I see if there are questions, I'm just going to call again on Kamita Gray. Are you in the room or within hearing? Ms. Gray has signed up, but I think she's not with us, and that makes sense. So are there questions for any of the witnesses or for Senator Jackson? Seeing none?
We have no other on virtual.
No, we're good.
Thought Ms. Graves was in charge.
Okay. With that, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 425. Thank you all for bringing this issue to us. Senator Fulton.
Thank you very much.
You're up next. Senate Bill 95. Thank you for your patience, Senator.
Okay to bring in my panel? Sure.
Whoops. Jeffrey Barber and Joyce King. Perfect. Welcome.
Yes, ma'am.
THE. Senator Fulton, you have Senate Bill 95, which is about playground safety standards. Welcome to EEE.
Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed colleagues on EEE. For the record, William Fulton, Senator for Frederick County. Before you today is Senate Bill 95, and this Senate Bill 95 deals with safety standards surrounding playground equipment. In short, I'm not going to be the expert on this, but I am going to turn it over to an expert. In short, our municipalities across the state, we spend a lot of money on these really high-end, expensive playgrounds to engage kids and to keep them active. And one of the things, and they're not inexpensive, and one of the things that we're seeing repeatedly is that they fall in disrepair and there's no inspection process to ensure the long-term safety and usage throughout the state. So there's one thing I will add into this is that there's, and I don't know if you have them, if you don't, I'll get them to you. There was a couple of amendments that were added in. One was changing it from once every 2 years to 2 times per year for the inspection. And the other was just about compliance to the federal, in accordance with certified playground safety inspector standards. I would ask for your favorable report on SB 95, and I'll turn it over to my panel to have their testimony. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you guys for having me. My name's Jeff Barber. I'm on this panel. I'm a citizen of Frederick County. I'm also the founder and owner of a company called Playground Specialists that designs and builds commercial playgrounds for all over the state of Maryland, Virginia, and DC. I'm a teacher for the National Rec and Park Association for the Certified Playground Safety Inspector course. And I'm also the creator and instructor for the playground maintenance course through the National Park and Rec Association. So this bill is actually kind of somewhat counterintuitive to my business. It would seem a little weird that I'm up here as a business person that builds playgrounds and asking for inspections and maintenance. But what we're finding is we're building these playgrounds that are $100,000, $200,000. A lot of them built all around the state of Maryland with the grants given by the state of Maryland to cities and towns and municipalities and county governments. And because there is no inspection process or maintenance process, they're all falling into disrepair, which is shortening the lifespan, causing the governments to spend more money, as well as leading to a major amount of accidents for children in the state of Maryland that are related to lack of maintenance. So I believe this is kind of, very important kind of common sense legislation that would set a minimum standard for playgrounds and inspections in the state of Maryland. About probably 80%, a large majority of all the school districts and the park and rec districts already meet this minimum standard. There are, a few that do not, that would have to come up to this standard, but the Maryland Rec and Park Association has written a letter, I believe Senator Folden can get that to you guys, in support of this bill, as well as MML, the Maryland Municipal League, and MACO, the Association of Counties. So with that said, that's all I have.
King?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Distinguished committee members, my name is Joyce King. Professionally, I'm a prosecutor and the co-chair of the Maryland States Attorneys Association Special Victims Committee, and usually a testifying across the hallway in JPR. It's my first time in EEE. I'm here today in my personal capacity. I'm deeply impacted by the experiences that I've had with child survivors. Also as a first grade religious education teacher, the board president of Phoenix Recovery High School, as well as, most importantly, a mother of 3 and a citizen of Montgomery County. From all these perspectives, I see firsthand what happens when we fail to prioritize safe spaces for our children. When kids don't have access to safe, healthy outlets, they find other ways to escape and engage in make them vulnerable to exploitation and substance abuse. Studies show that children who engage in regular outdoor play have lower rates of anxiety, depression, better academic performance, and stronger skill sets. SB 95 is a necessary step to ensure that every child in Maryland has access to safe and well-maintained playgrounds. Ensuring safety and proper maintenance of playgrounds in Maryland is crucial for protecting children from injuries and fatalities. Each year, approximately 200,000 children in the United States require emergency treatment due to playground-related injuries, with about 15 fatalities. 70% of those injuries occur on public playgrounds, and nearly 1/3 are classified as severe. Falls to the surface account for 70% of those injuries, underscoring the importance of proper surfacing and equipment maintenance. Regular maintenance is essential to ensure that protective surfacing, especially loose-filled materials like mulch, maintain proper depth, cushion, falls effectively. By implementing and adhering comprehensive safety standards and maintenance protocols, Maryland can significantly reduce the risk of playground-related injuries, fatalities, and ensure safe play environments for all children. SB 95 is more than just about playgrounds. It's about protecting childhood itself. It ensures that every child in Maryland has a safe, accessible place to play where they're physically active and socially engaged. I ask for a favorable report because keeping kids on playgrounds keeps them safe, period. Thank you.
Questions for any of the witnesses or for Senator Folden? Seeing none, I think we're letting you off easy.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Ms. King, aren't we a nicer committee?
I've learned a lot sitting here, honestly.
So well presented, there's just nothing else.
That must be it. All right, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 95. Thank you, Senator Folden. Next up, Senator Brooks. Our own Senator Brooks has Senate Bill 96. We're going to talk again about water bottle filling stations and the requirements of creating them. Coming up, let's see, I saw Laura Hale in the back there. Ms. Hale, you can come on up. And that's it for that, just the two of you. So welcome, Senator Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of my committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Senate Bill 96. It's the Environment Water Bottle Filling Stations Requirement. Oh, I sure will. Is that better? The purpose of the bill is to increase access to clean drinking water for all Marylanders by requiring the installation of water bottle filling stations in certain new or renovated buildings. By promoting sustainability, reducing plastic waste, and ensuring easy access to water, this legislation offers a forward-thinking solution to two pressing issues: the need for accessible drinking water and the environmental impact of single-use plastic bottles. Plastic waste, particularly from disposable water bottles, has become a major environmental concern, polluting our waterways and contributing to landfill overflow. At the same time, easy access to clean potable water is essential for public health. Water bottle filling stations provide an effective, eco-friendly alternative by allowing individuals to refill their personal bottles, reducing the need for single-use plastic. However, such stations are not universally available, particularly in older buildings and in communities with fewer resources. SB 96 will require the installation of water bottle filling stations in all new construction when drinking water fountains is mandated under the current International Plumbing Code, state law, or local regulations. The bill will also require the installation of these stations with existing drinking water fountains or replaced during building renovations, and that they are connected to the portable water distribution and sanitary drainage systems. The Maryland Department of Labor will be tasked with adopting regulations to ensure the proper implementation and enforcement of this critical legislation. Maryland must lead the way on encouraging the use of refillable water containers and reducing our reliance on disposable plastic bottles. Additionally, water bottle filling stations are an affordable, simple way to provide a healthier option to sugary drinks in spaces like schools, offices, airports, and shopping centers. By enacting SB 96, Maryland will have the opportunity to modernize its public infrastructure, reduce plastic waste, and make clean drinking water more accessible to all. For this reason, I strongly urge a favorable report on SB 96. This bill was is a reintroduction, I should say, of House Bill 841 in 2024 by Delegate Ruth. The bill largely unchanged passed out of the committee and was heard in the Senate on second reader before running out of time on sine die, but just two slight differences. One, we removed the MDE survey requirement, and two, included a building undergoing a renovation in which the renovation includes replacement of drinking fountains. There is an amendment. We are working on an amendment to address the concerns by NAIOP language. It is in drafting. And now, Madam Chair, I will have my witness go ahead and I'll entertain questions afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee, my name is Laura Hale. I'm the Director of Government Relations with the American Heart Association in strong support of this legislation. We were so excited that we got so close last year and hope that you all can do that again with a little more time. We really see the importance of drinking water, especially to our children. More than half of children in the United States do not drink enough water, and we know that these filling stations become a great space to make it easier to be able to fill up, as well as good for the environment in decreasing our waste of plastic bottles. We also know that they have cool drinking water out of these fountains, and these fountains as well have filters within the stations that is actually block lead, so an additional public health benefit as well. Within this, looking forward, we just see drinking water can also really positively impact our children's cognitive performances in schools, and making sure that whenever we see major renovations that touch the plumbing, such as in schools, that we're not just looking at new buildings, but those buildings that are messing with their plumbing, that we should also see this as an opportunity to continue to increase access to drinking water. So we all thank you so much and ask for a favorable report.
Senator Brooks or Ms. Hale? Seeing none, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 96. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
And handing it back to the chair.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Gallion. We're going to take up Senate Bill 477. I've got 5 folks signed up for a spot. Okay, Senator, we're going to bring our special guest, the Minority Leader, up to the table. Steve Cassert. I've got Erica Burge, Vicky Rinkermana. All right. I've got the county executive from the county, Adam Street, and William Barron. I'm not sure if we have, how many seats we got up there? Maybe somebody could, Senator Gallion, maybe, okay. I was going to say, one of you could just go up to the podium, and then, but we're good. Okay, Senator Gallion, you take the time you need to present Senate Bill 477.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, fellow committee members. For the record, Senator Jason Gallion on behalf of the Cecil County Senators. I had to be joined by my colleague, Senator Hershey, who is the other half of that Senate delegation. Here to introduce Senate Bill 477, Port of Deposit State Historical Park, size and scope. This is an emergency bill, and it should be the final corrective action to be taken by us. Most of you may remember a similar local bill from 2 years ago, but I would like to give a brief overview and history for members who were not here, and as a refresher to those who were. Going back to 2022, in the final days of session, the Port of Deposit State Park was amended into the Great Maryland Outdoors Act, SB 541. This amendment was pushed by one delegate without an official vote of the entire Cecil County delegation. The town of Port Deposit came out in opposition to the amendment, but it was too late in session for any action to occur. Adding a Port Deposit State Park was not presented in the original bill hearing, where there could have been full public input. The amendment that was added designated 3 properties to be transferred to DNR on June 1st, 2023, and called for the creation of an advisory committee and a report from DNR to be presented to the General Assembly by January 1st, 2023. The property listed in the Great Outdoors Act is formerly the Bainbridge U.S. Naval Training Center, which began the process of decommissioning from the Navy in 1988. In 1999, the Bainbridge Development Corporation, which I'll going on refer to as BDC to abbreviate it, was established as a public instrument of the state to develop the former training center. The BDC is managed by the executive director and governed by a 15-member board of directors composed of 9 residents of Cecil County and representatives of state agencies. The properties include the historic Tome School for Boys, the Snow Hill Archaeological Site, and a wooded conservation area. The initial report from DNR concluded that, and I quote, more due diligence is needed to adequately determine the type and level of public access that may be possible or even practical given the physical, environmental, archaeological, historical, and legal constraints on these sites. The deadlines and constraints codified in the statute by the General Assembly, unaccompanied by a funding source, do not allow for that type of due diligence to occur. Allowing time and flexibility to conduct a more thorough planning process that includes robust stakeholder engagement at all levels is needed. This will present the best opportunity for developing a clear, common, shared vision for the future of the sites together with the identification of potential resources to achieve the shared vision. Such a process would yield much better results and provide the greatest chance of achieving success for the community and the state of Maryland, end quote. All right, fast forward now on the timeline to the 2023 legislative session. The entire Cecil County delegation, minus one member, submitted SB 517, which would have removed the Tome School property from the forthcoming state park and limited the overall acreage. After multiple discussions and work from this committee, especially with Senator Augustine helping with those discussions, we were able to reach a compromise through amendments that did the following. Number one, it pushed the transfer timeline back to 2025. Number two, it ordered an archaeological survey, which we partially funded through, I think, the capital budget that year. And number three, it reconvened the stakeholder committee to receive another report from DNR, which allowed us time to take a more comprehensive look at this entire proposed project. I mentioned Senator Augustine was instrumental in these changes, and I would like to now publicly apologize to him for not bringing him into the discussion on this current legislation much sooner. Matter of fact, I should have done it during the concept phase. So, Senator, I wanted to, on the record, offer that to you. DNR did a great job with leading this reconstituted work group that culminated in the new report. Based on this latest report that was submitted by DNR on November 4th, 2024, that is included in your bill folders, and as expected, the preliminary estimated budget came out at over $56 million with no funding source. The Tome property alone would be in excess of $27 million. Given the fiscal position of the state, my fear is that if this entire property gets transferred over to the state in June, it will sit with no action being taken due to the high price tag and no funding source. The bill in front of you removes a great deal of cost and gives the park what I believe is an actual chance to be created and thrive. The latest report from DNR echoes these concerns by stating, and I quote, DNR would like to acknowledge current budget constraints and state that there are limited state resources for the capital and operational costs outlined in this report. Funding these efforts will require the state to divert funds from other priorities in the state and needs, end quote. Just want to read that again. Funding these efforts would require the state to divert funds from other priorities and needs. So what will this bill do, this current bill that's in front of you today? It would push the timeline for transfer back 1 year, but does allow the transfer to occur anytime before that year once DNR and the BDC iron out the boundary details, et cetera. It sets the acreage between 12 and 19 acres. It designates the Snow Hill archaeological site and adjacent wooded conservation area to be transferred for inclusion in what would be Port Deposit State Park. Regarding the transfer timeline, I saw in some of the opposition testimony they had questions with that. So from DNR's letter of information that's also in your bill folder, quote, regardless of proposed revisions to the property boundaries and total acreage, the proposed extension of the deadline for property transfer would give all parties additional time to work through the details of establishing the new state historical park, particularly with regard to planning and archaeological efforts, staffing, and budgetary considerations, end quote. Simply stated, this new timeline would work for DNR. Now, the crux of this new plan is Snow Hill. Snow Hill Archaeological Site was a location of a free black community that was established in the Port Deposit area by the mid-1800s. The remains of several structures and other items were identified at the site by the Maryland Historical Trust archaeologists during a 1982 Cultural Resource Survey. At one point, it had a number of residential lots and an African Methodist Episcopal or AME church. Free black merchants and laborers established this community on leased land and worked in and around the town of Port Deposit. Based on the DNR survey responses from the stakeholder group, 70% of the responders agreed Snow Hill is the most important aspect of that Port Deposit State Park. This legislation in front of you shows a clear priority to educate the public and preserve and interpret the lives and experiences of black Americans both before and after the abolition of slavery. I believe the state park focusing on Snow Hill, along with the rest of the acreage eventually returning to the town of Port Deposit, is the best way to move forward, both from a historical, local, and economic perspective. I had the opportunity to speak yesterday with Miss Evelyn Jordan. She attends and is a life member of Bethel AME Church in Port Deposit. This church and congregation have the greatest connection to this Snow Hill site. She told me about an autobiography done by the Reverend Thomas E. Henry titled From Slavery to Salvation, and about how the editor of the book, Gene Libby, visited from California in the late 90s and gave her a copy of that book. Ms. Jordan told me she's in favor of this legislation once it was explained to her, and I look forward to visiting with her Friday and borrowing that book, which she has offered to let me borrow. I realize there is some opposition to this bill, but everyone I've talked to agrees on one thing, and that is there is a great story to be told at Port Deposit at Snow Hill. I believe Senate Bill 477 is the best way forward to do just that. And I would ask for a favorable vote on the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's get Senator Hershey on the record here, and then we'll go to the other witnesses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Steve Hershey, as part of the Cecil County Senators. I just want to say I think Senator Gallion has done an outstanding job in bringing back what the importance of this legislation is. And again, to remind everybody that, you know, this got caught up in a 2022 piece of legislation, the Great Outdoors Act, and was initiated to put Port Deposit State Park into that bill from the House of Delegates. It was something that we were not made part of. We had some conversations about it on the floor at that time, and all agreed that we would, in a sense, allow this to go forward with the notification and the agreement that we're going to have to fix this down the road. And so I think what's being proposed right now is the best opportunity for us to really preserve the importance of the Snow Hill archaeological site, to take the limited amount of money and funding that's available and focus that on that aspect of it. And what I do want to say that is where we are right now is we finally do have a position where the county and the city and Bainbridge Development Corporation are all on board with something, and that's what's here. And keep in mind, when the bill was passed, you know, this portion of Cecil County was taken from them without their input. And so this puts it back, but it takes the opportunity to really focus on the important part that we've all agreed we want to be able to make sure is maintained and preserved. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Gallion, do you have an order sequence you'd prefer to go with here? Or?
Thank you.
Can we start with the Town of Port Deposit's administrator?
Sure, whatever you want.
And then followed by the county executive.
Just hand the mic to whoever you want to. Okay.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of Senate Bill 477. I want to also thank Senator Gallion and Senator Hershey and our County Executive Adam Straight for their support. For the record, my name is Vicki Rinkerman, and I have served as the Town Administrator for Port Deposit for over 11 years. I swear I'm the longest running administrator in that little small town, and I love it. But I'm here representing our elected officials today. The Bainbridge property, as you know, is within town limits, and you have our testimony and draft concept plan that we have been working on for this area. The town welcomes DNR's assistance with Snow Hill to elevate and promote our African American history as part of the broader state narrative. We strongly support expanding this effort to include the Underground Railroad connection in Port Deposit, and we also have, in recognizing Freeman Hall, which we have in town, which was a segregated school. It is important to clarify that the town has never had control of the Bainbridge property beyond zoning authority. We recognize and respect all existing protections, including MHT easements and the critical area designations. The town would never override these safeguards, nor would we take any action that threatens the conservation of natural resources or the integrity of the Snow Hill and Tome School sites. After the Navy committed to remediating Bainbridge several years ago, the town, BDC, and local partners began planning for its future, ensuring it aligned with port deposit zoning regulations and long-term sustainability goals. As Senator Gallion has said, when the Great Maryland Outdoors legislation was introduced and this amendment was added, there was no opportunity for discussion or input from the town, our partners, or our residents. And you will find in the testimony that was submitted, we have our concept vision. All I can ask for you to remember is the town will welcome the public to share Port Deposit's beauty, history, and culture through preservation, education, and recreation. We ask for your support to stand with our 2 senators, 5 of our 6 delegates, the town, our partners, and our residents in voting in favor of Senate Bill 477. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who's going to go next?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Adam Straight. I am the Cecil County Executive, and I am here to testify in support of Senate Bill 477. As County Executive, Cecil County government stands with the town of Port Deposit and the Bainbridge Development Corporation in supporting Senate Bill 477 for the following reasons. First, the amendment to the Great Outdoors Act regarding Snow Hill was introduced hastily without input or knowledge from the BDC, the town, or the Cecil County delegation until it was too late. These stakeholders were not consulted and do not support the amendment as written due to the hardships it creates, including the loss of viable economic development opportunities and the infringement on a municipality's sovereignty within its own borders. Additionally, the Department of Natural Resources has made it clear that it lacks the resources to develop or maintain this park, meaning the land will likely sit there unused indefinitely. There is no precedent for a state park being created without the consent, input, or participation of the property owners, local jurisdictions, or county delegation. Good governance requires listening to the entire community and working collaboratively toward a common goal that serves all interests. Second, Senate Bill 477 aligns with the original intent of recognizing Snow Hill as a historically significant site commemorating Black American history in Port Deposit. Downsizing the park makes it more financially feasible for DNR to maintain, especially in challenging fiscal times. It also allows the BDC, the town, Cecil County, the Department of Commerce, and the Maryland Department of the Environment to coordinate efforts toward a viable plan that leverages the site's location, history, connection to downtown, and recreational potential. Ultimately, Senate Bill 477 restores local government's authority over land within its jurisdiction. Third, local government must support business and economic development initiatives that generate revenue and create well-paying jobs across most of the Bainbridge property. Reducing the park to a manageable size enables the BDC and the town of Port Deposit, along with their partners, to secure resources for transforming historic buildings and open space into valuable community assets. This approach enhances the property's recreational, educational, and historic significance. Dormant and inaccessible land benefits no one. Senate Bill 477 provides a balanced solution, ensuring the park's cultural and environmental assets thrive alongside responsible heritage tourism and recreational development. Conclusion, Senate Bill 477 offers the best of both worlds, and Cecil County government stands with our partners in local government, the BDC, the Cecil County delegation, and the community in full support.
Okay, why don't we go to the end of the table? Sir, tell us who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Steve Cassard. I'm a consultant advisor to the Bainbridge Development Corporation, and I'm here on behalf of our chairman, Dr. Carl Roberts, and our executive director, Tony Sprinkle, both of whom could not be here due to circumstances beyond their control. So I would respectfully ask that you refer to their written testimony in detail, and I will certainly be able to answer a few questions regarding the Bainbridge Development Corporation. But I just wanted to note that my experience in government has been over a period of almost 40 years. And in 1999, I testified before Economic Matters, before Chairman Bush, to create the Bainbridge Development Corporation, along with Delegate Dave Rudolph, who was the co-sponsor on behalf of the administration. We created the Bainbridge Development Corporation as a model similar to Medco to receive the naval property, 1,185 acres, and to hold it and to adaptively reuse it and put it back into some economic use. We are 25 years later, fast forward, we're on the brink of almost completing our challenge. These board members, 15 of them, some have been repeat members, appointed by the delegation, by the county executive, appointed by the town. These folks over 25 years have spent their time and energy free of charge as members of this board to create the Bainbridge Development Corporation's mission, which is to get the property back in use. And we are about $300 million right now in the ground of development on the old naval base. Today, we're talking about a piece that's separate from that, the 50-acre Tome School and the Snow Hill site. And at this point, I think, without repeating what anybody else has said, they've made great points on why we're here. But I think we're here for the sake of those board members over the 25 years working so hard to make something happen. And their last challenge is the Tome School, which under this legislation would come back to the control of BDC and in cooperation with the town and the county for us to do something to be economically viable and be publicly accessible. In that regard, we are definitely asking for your favorable response to this.
Okay, before we have a couple other witnesses, but let's focus on this panel. Questions for Senators Gallion or Hershey or the three panelists? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I'm going to bring up, I think we missed one or two folks here. William Barron, is that Mr. Barron, and Erica Burge, correct? Okay. Yep, so we just yield at least 2 seats there so the 2 witnesses can, and I'm going to put you guys, because we're getting a little late, I'm going to have to put you guys on a bit of a clock here, so if you don't, 2.5 minutes each. And so, Mr. Barron, why don't you start, and then we'll take some questions after that, okay?
Okay. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, members of the Education, Energy, and Environmental Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today in support of Senate Bill 477. My name is Bill Barron. I'm a resident of Port Deposit. I'm the chair of the Port Deposit Planning Commission and vice president of the Port Deposit Heritage Corporation. On behalf of the Port Deposit Heritage Corporation, I want to express our strong support for Senate Bill 477, ensuring that the Port Deposit State Historical Park moves forward with a focused, well-resourced approach to preservation. For years, the Port Deposit Heritage Corporation, in addition to sharing and celebrating Port Deposit's history and culture, have led historic preservation efforts, rescuing and restoring abandoned buildings that now serve our community, proving that local stewardship is key to successful preservation and adaptive reuse. We are eager to partner with the Department of Natural Resources to connect and expand Port Deposit's rich Black American history from Snow Hill Archaeology Site to the Underground Railroad connections and Freeman Hall. This is a rare opportunity to weave these narratives into a comprehensive historical and cultural experience. With the introduction of Senate Bill 477, we can also continue our tradition of supporting the town of Port Deposit in stabilizing and repurposing the Tome School campus. The town has shown a strong commitment to preservation, and we stand ready to collaborate. This legislation allows the state and the town to play into their strengths. The DNR can focus on Snow Hill's archaeological significance. The town and partners can restore and interpret the Tome School campus, and together we can create an integrated historic, cultural, and educational experience enriching Maryland heritage and Port Deposit's history. The Port Deposit Heritage Corporation, as well as me as a resident and chair of the Planning Commission, strongly support and favor Senate Bill 477, and we urge a favorable report from everyone on the committee.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you can tell us who you are, and I'm going to keep you to that 2.5 minute clock.
I'm ready for it. My name is Erica Burge, and I am the president at Community Connecting Us. Community Connecting Us has proven that strong communities are built by neighbors working together. And CCU is an asset-based community development nonprofit, and that is just a really long way to say that we focus on encouraging neighbors and local organizations to use their strengths and talents and resources to benefit one another and our community. I am here today to support Senate Bill 477 because as a representative of our community and a partner of Port Deposit, we stand ready to ensure that Snow Hill and the Tome School site receive the dedicated care and resources that they deserve. By supporting the state and applying our town's preservation experience that Bill just spoke of, we ensure that both sites are cared for. Now, understanding Maryland's current financial burden, the precision focus of SB 477 allows that original vision for the project to be shared in a responsible and sustainable way. With fiscal stewardship in mind, Maryland can concentrate its limited state funding and specialized archaeological resources on honoring Snow Hill in a timely manner. I know personally Miss Evelyn Jordan, and she's in her 80s, and I would love to see this come to fruition and celebrate this with us. So while that's happening, Port Deposit with the BDC can move forward with stabilizing, preserving, and restoring the Tome site. At CCU, we know that asset-based community development works. Communities thrive when we work together and we give of our existing strengths and resources to meet common goals. And today, we must ask ourselves, if Maryland uses its strengths and resources and Port Deposit does the same, can we together achieve our shared vision for Snow Hill and the Tome campus? The answer is yes. CCU leads by a principle called it's an indigenous principle called seventh generation thinking. It's this where the choices we make today, we look back to honor those that came before us so that we can benefit those that come after us. And I feel like this is our opportunity to work together to be good ancestors, to make choices now that are going to shape the legacy that we leave for the future generations as we preserve Port Deposit's important past. I ask that you would please vote yes on Senate Bill 477. Again, I'm Erica Burge, and I thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Before we go, we do have at least one. We have one unfavorable virtual witness, but before we do that, any questions for those last two witnesses, Mr. Barron or Ms. Burge, Senator Washington, or anybody else on the panel?
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. And yes, this has been an ongoing, important saga. I was just wondering, because I'm not as familiar with Cecil County's indigenous community, so I appreciate.
No, I'm sorry. I said I got a little tongue-tied there.
Oh, okay.
It's indigenous wisdom. We respect those that came before us. We operate on Susquehannock land, and we have studied indigenous wisdom and the seventh generation thinking, which is actually from the Iroquois Nation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I was just wondering about you do have an NAACP, and there's other organizations. Have they weighed in on this proposal, or has there been any conversations with them? It would just help us.
They did not, the NAACP did not offer testimony on this bill, but they had representative at the latest iteration of that work group that was brought together under the current DNR. The first work group from a couple years prior, they were not there. My understanding is that former DNR invited them but didn't get a response, and we didn't have that this time. They were able to be there, take a part of that. We had a couple meetings were virtual, and then we did, actually, I think at my request, have like on site a couple times. So, they were definitely a part of that this time.
Okay, just to follow up, and so there's the Cecil County, because I support the idea of, I think this is a good resolution. I just was interested in seeing that community represented either in the panel or in the testimony, and it's just sort of glaringly absent. So I just wanted to ask about the communications and the support involved in that.
Okay, Senator Carrozza?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a quick question for both the senators. Is this a priority local bill for Cecil County?
I guess technically, 2 years ago, it was definitely a local bill, I think, but this has become more of a statewide issue with definitely a huge local component to it, because it's going to affect the people in Port Deposit more than anywhere. So I guess you could say it was a local bill. It is. And also, as mentioned in previous testimony, I don't think I had it in mind, out of the 8 representatives on the Cecil delegation, 7 of the 8 are signed on.
Making it a local bill.
Yeah.
And I would add, if you remember the Great Outdoors Act, when they looked at the number of parks that were going to be in there was buy-in by each of the counties that were putting a park into it, with the exception of this one. And so now I think what we're trying to do is find the way to say, okay, we're acceptive of that legislation, but let's be able to try to focus it a little bit more on an area where our resources can go to. So it's not just, certainly from a perspective, yes, statewide, but it is a very important local issue that, again, the county and the town of Port Deposit are on board with.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, thank you to the entire panel. We do have one unfavorable virtual witness, Moria. Why don't we bring Ted Evgenides?
Thanks.
Sir, okay, there you are. You're signed up unfavorable, and you're on the 2.5-minute clock as well. So whenever you're ready, proceed, okay? Thank you. Hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
on.
you, Chairman Feldman and the committee. Good afternoon. Serving as the Lower Susquehanna River Keeper, I oppose Senate Bill 0477. This bill would certainly take the historic waterfront Tome School land out of Port Deposit Historical Park, along with the adjacent wooded area. The park was established years ago with the enactment of the Maryland Parks Bill, the Great Maryland Outdoors Act, Senate Bill 541. To date, I don't believe there is certainty that any public access will be available to the Tome School. There is no certainty that this land will be restored for the well-being of Maryland citizens either, or how long it will take for these promises to come to fruition. Due to the economic, historical, environmental importance of the site, as explained in Maryland DNR's report, we urge the maintaining of the intent of the Parks Bill and preserving the waterfront site. Given the human wildlife benefits and local benefit to the Port Deposit community, Tome School is more valuable to the state as part of the Port Deposit Park as originally visualized. Could BDC apply any charitable funding mechanism, part of the transfer, to help realize the potential and let the state be liable and responsible for the land's care? It would make more sense to turn this place into a state park as well. There was general consensus among the advisory committee that both the Tome School held historical and cultural significance, and they found that there was value in preserving and interpreting the history in the archaeologically there, and the public would benefit from some level of public access. And the school site was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1984. Additionally, the gardens that were on site were designed by Frederick Law Olmsted, who also designed Central Park in New York City. Preserving those gardens would be also of importance to Maryland's public park systems. The Maryland General Assembly and local leaders should support existing efforts to provide access to the sites, and removing the sites from a plan that preserves these parcels as a state park would have detrimental impacts to local water quality and the surrounding community. Without the assurance that these lots will be used for preservation purposes and for public access, there are still risks that this land may be developed further for residential, commercial, or industrial uses. This area of the land is not suitable for increased development and will cause immediate harm to the town of Port Deposit, the Susquehanna River, and the Chesapeake Bay. Increasing the amount of impervious surfaces and other forms of development reduce the infiltration of water into the ground, and those impervious surfaces, especially on top of bluffs overlooking the river, will greatly contribute to higher stormwater runoff, greater sediment yields, and increased pollution loads, all of which will degrade water quality of the lower Susquehanna River. And the town of Port Deposit already suffers from the impacts of flooding and damages already done to public and private property. And valuable property is lost due to erosion and eroded land that happens from certain flooding events. So all in all, you know, there is uncertainty here over whether these parcels of land will be used for the purposes in which we've heard today. And so we just want to remain clear that these areas of land will be used for the public good, and it would be pertinent that the state remain the landowner in this case. And we are now, you know, in questioning some of the tenants, especially on this property, that would be here potentially in the future, such as Aquacon, which is a salmon bearing facility. Thank you.
Bring to some closure. Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions for our virtual witness here, our final witness on this bill? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 477, and we're going to next move to Senator Lewis Young, who's been patiently sitting there. So let's take her next. We're going to go to Senate Bill 317. Senator, and you've got Tierney Costa listed as a panelist. Is she okay? Here she is. Emily Wilson. Is Wilson here? Okay, and then we do have one other person, but not listed as on your panel, and then one more virtual witness. So why don't you two, we're going to lead with you, Senator, on Senate Bill 317, and then we'll take your panelists there and see where we are, okay?
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be back in Tripoli again. This is a pretty straightforward bill. SB 317 establishes a food forest and food foraging program. What that really means in simple terms is it puts a process in place so that our constituents can go to state-owned and designated forests and gather food. But I want to give you some definitions. What is a food forest? It's an area that has food-bearing trees and plants such as persimmon trees, berry bushes, and edible mushrooms. A food forest has layers of natural forest. It can contain root crops, herbs, perennials, shrubs, and trees, and they create a very resilient and self-sustaining ecosystem. What is food foraging? It's a sustainable way to create biodiversity in the ecosystem, which can provide resilience in the face of climate change. Once established, these food forests are naturally regenerative, low maintenance, and can enhance wildlife habitat and hopefully keep them away from farmlands as well. So this bill combines the idea of food forests, some of which already exist in Maryland, and foraging on state-owned lands. Let me give you a few examples because they might be in your community. The food forest at the Tacoma Park Silver Spring campus of Montgomery College, the Emerson Street and McClanahan Food Forest in Hyattsville, the White Marsh Edible Forest Trail in Queen Anne County near Centerville, and food forest behind the food bank in Brunswick. According to a study published at the National Library of Medicine, foraged and naturally grown foods expands a community's affordable, nutrient-dense, dietary alternatives. A food foraging program enhances community well-being by making healthy foods more accessible and affordable to lower-income individuals. This bill actually complements DNR's mission to improve ecological, social, and economic outcomes for Maryland citizens. We were supposed to have a representative from DNR here. We've been working closely with them. They support this bill. Little bit of transition when the former liaison moved to the House, but we do have their support. The way this would work is very similar to obtaining a hunting permit. So you would have to get a permit to gather food on these state forests. It would be limited to state lands approved by DNR. The permit would be valid for 1 year after it's issued. However, the permit fee would be waived for individuals in need of aid, such as those on SNAP. DNR does estimate there could be a cost, at least in the initial rollout of this program. They have estimated roughly $10,000 per acre for site preparation, tree shrub installation, and initial maintenance. However, it is assumed that the fees collected for permits, and this is validated both in your fiscal note and hopefully by our testimony, that it would be revenue neutral, that the fees collected would balance out the initial development of these fee forests. So, as I mentioned, very simple, straightforward. In conclusion, this bill is really a model for how we can contribute to food security, protect biodiversity, build resilience to climate change, and strengthen our bond with nature.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Let's go to Ms. Acosta. You're going to be on a 2.5-minute clock, okay?
Perfect. Can everyone hear me okay? Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is Tierney Acosta, and I'm testifying favorably in regards to Senate Bill 317. I'm the president and founder of the Permaculture Club at Montgomery College, specifically the Tacoma Park Silver Spring campus, and I study horticulture and sustainable agribusiness. As of May 2024, 40% of our student body at Montgomery College is experiencing food insecurity. The Permaculture Club, which I have founded, has partnered with the Community Food Forest Collective to tackle this issue head-on, specifically on our Tacoma Park Silver Spring campus. And we have turned what used to be just grass into a community food forest that is about 33,000 square feet. The community food forest aims to bring localized and nutritious food straight to our students, faculty, staff, and surrounding communities, all completely free of charge. Since founding the Permaculture Club in 2023, I have met a wide variety of Maryland residents excited about our food forest collective and the food forest on our campus. But more importantly, they were eager to come back and help. For many, it was their first time being introduced to the amazing native food growing within Maryland. American persimmons, pawpaws, black and red raspberries, native grapes like muscadine and riverbank, and blueberries are just some of the amazing foods already growing on our state-owned and controlled lands. When our visitors learned this, the message became clear. Marylanders are ready to forage. We are ready to rekindle our relationship with the food that grows right here in our state. And although I'm immensely proud of our success with our 33,000 square feet, our food forest does not begin to cover the complete need in the state of Maryland. According to the Maryland Food Bank, 1 in 3 Marylanders is currently food insecure. By allowing Marylanders access to the food that grows on state lands with this new permitting system, it increases options that Marylanders have in regards to their own food resiliency. By allowing DNR to waive the permitting fee for our community members who are lower income, it ensures that it will be accessible to those who could benefit from this legislation most. Foraging for plants on state lands in the state of Maryland is currently not allowed. Let me repeat that. Foraging for anything regarding plants on Maryland state-owned lands is currently not allowed. And Senate Bill 317 will not only make it allowed, but ensure that it is accessible and regenerative. I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 317, and I thank you all for listening to my testimony today, and thank you, Senator, for agreeing to sponsor this bill.
Okay, we do have one virtual witness, but let's take questions. We'll start with Senator August.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Feldman. I was actually able to find, I was curious because you mentioned Hyattsville, and of course that, got my attention. And I was able to find what the food forest that is there. It's not on state land. And so you're using examples of existing food forests, but you're talking about something different. So can you help me with how those things work out?
You want to?
Okay, I absolutely can. Thank you for the question, Senator. So I believe you're talking about forested. Correct me if you're wrong.
Say again?
Forested would be the name of the food forest in Hyattsville specifically, or one of them?
It's one of them. But
Yes.
yeah, they're talking about it. But either way, it's not on state
So
land.
those food forests are private. They're on private lands. They're run by private companies, and the permits would not be utilized in those senses. So the community can still go there. You wouldn't need a permit. However, these spaces are setting a precedent as to how we can utilize our lands. Instead of just having turf grass, or instead of just having areas that aren't really serving our communities, we can utilize spaces that are on state-owned land to actually have cultivated food forests, which is exciting. The other thing that these spaces bring up is that most of them in Maryland are growing foods that you can find on state lands already. Our forests and our state-owned lands are filled with tons of native food already. It's just technically illegal to access them right now. So seeing how successful these private food forests have been, there's interest, there's need, and there's a lot of land that DNR has right now that can become accessible to people. So I guess it's more of just setting the precedent of the idea, if that makes sense.
Okay, good. Just one. So, and I appreciate that. And did you just choose like state land instead of public lands? Why not broaden it a little bit to public lands? I mean, I understand why you're saying it's not the private, but like, let's say if a county or someone had, opportunity or land or something. I'm saying it because I'm in a very urban area. Like, we don't have any state land. I mean, but we do have like Park Service land. We do have, those lands, but they're not state lands. So that's the reason I'm asking a question.
It's a great question. I would love to see it opened up to all lands. I think this serves as the first step into getting into those arenas.
Okay.
Like I said, as of right now, it's not permitted at all, whether it be parkland, it's up to the parks specifically, so it's up to whoever is in charge of each park individually, but we all know how many parks are even in our districts, let alone the state of Maryland, and all of them have jurisdiction over their own parks. This kind of helps create like a blanket statement saying, this is now allowed, and people can feel free to join in as they see fit. But I would love to see it on more native lands. I think you're bringing up a very interesting point and a great point. In our urban areas, there aren't a lot of state lands. Some lands are state lands, which we actually learned. Bringing this bill was because a neighborhood in Tacoma Park reached out to us wanting to do a food forest. And the land that they had chosen was actually DNR land. You wouldn't think it because it was in the middle of a neighborhood. But they were told by DNR, even if there was food growing there, you're not able to access it, which is how we got here. I would love to see this go through in Maryland so we could use it as a precedent on the federal levels. If we look at DC and we look at Puerto Rico, they don't have any state lands. It is all federal land. So it would definitely be something to open up these arenas because all of our different communities deserve this access.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Carosa.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Senator, did the Maryland Forest Association weigh in at all? And just to also follow up on Senator Augustine's question, just trying to understand it, is there currently foraging going on private land, but it's their own property, so then there's no permits needed? But if a private wanted to allow someone other than the owner, is there those foraging practices going on private forest lands now?
I don't recall the entity you mentioned weighing in.
The Maryland Forest Association?
Yeah.
Okay. It's Beth Hill. She's been in front of our committee before. Okay.
I mean, certainly on private land, I believe some of these entities may in fact be private. The thing that is really positive about DNR managing the process on state-owned lands is there seems to be a strong desire and willingness to expand the concept. And by DNR establishing a process, it could be best practices for a multitude of other endeavors, both public and private.
I think I can follow up on that as well. At least in the circles that I know, plant people circles are very small. There's foraging happening on private lands. I have people come onto my lands like all the time. We do blueberries, we do ramps, we do all kinds of things. So that is happening.
With permission or?
You would have to have permission of the landowner. Like, I wouldn't be bothered if someone came into my yard to get blueberries. Someone else might be, so always check with the landowner, but you wouldn't need a permit.
And it's an informal granting of
right.
access?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's as formal as, like, for example, I have friends who are hunters and they have permission to go on certain private land to be able to hunt. They have a firearm, so it's a little more official than just going around with my snippers and my basket collecting berries. But it would be an informal process of meeting with that landowner and getting permission. Whether you'd want that to be written permission, I always advise people to have things in writing just in case, but it doesn't have to be had.
And you're still talking private, right?
Correct, yes, okay. And the permitting wouldn't cover private land. It would just be state-owned lands. And to go back to what Senator Augustine said, the food forest, which I invite you all to come see at Montgomery College, is on public land, technically. It's county-owned land. We're a, I think, county-run institution, more or less, and that is completely accessible to the public. So you wouldn't need permits to go to that cultivated site, for example.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none. Is Cassandra Day here? I don't believe so. Ms. Day, Cassandra Day. Okay, which leaves us with our one additional virtual witness on this bill, Ashley Triplett Peltzman. Ashley, are you there on the queue? In the queue? Okay, there you are.
There she is.
Okay, Ashley, you've got 2.5 minutes and you've signed up favorable with, well, straight favorable, okay? So you can start.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Hello, Chairman Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Ashley Triplett Peltzman, Associate Director for the DNR Maryland Forest Service. So I'm here and I can hopefully elaborate a little bit more on the things that were previously discussed. The department supports the passage of Senate Bill 317 as it establishes the program that aligns with DNR's mission to lead the state towards a resilient future and improve ecological, social, and economic outcomes for all communities. This program will establish locations on state lands where the public is permitted to harvest plant material for the purpose of consumption. The program will create a legal means for foraging on state land and set up a dedicated fund in support of the program. The department already has fostered the establishment of 3 food forest sites on state land with the guidance and expertise of the Forest Service agroforestry planner. The food forest sites include a plot at Patapsco Valley State Park that was planted by volunteers in 2024, a food forest site at Seneca Creek Park and its neighbor Button Farm that was planted by Silvoculture, which is a local nonprofit that was planted in 2022. And then finally, we have Monocacy Natural Resource Management Area, and that's a designated food foraging area established by the department in 2020 by, as was explained earlier, converting expiring agricultural leases into managed public foraging spaces and a community gathering place. The Forest Service also has supported other community-based food forests across the state, and the DNR supports the creation of food forests and the foraging program. In conclusion, this initiative is especially meaningful as it enables the department to enhance both the quality and biodiversity of forests across the state. It also provides an opportunity to reconnect Maryland residents with the land and its natural resources in its most fundamental way through the food that they consume. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 317. And we're going to next move to Senator Simonaire. We've got Senate Bill 312. I think this should be short. So Senate Bill 312, Senator Simonaire. Larry Zarzensky, who I do know was here earlier, I think he may have had to depart. but
I think I can handle it.
you can handle it? Okay. Senate Bill 312, you are the witness, the only witness.
Thank you. For the record, Senator Brian Simonaire presenting Senate Bill 312, Maryland Golden Age Pass. If you'll notice in your written testimony, there are support letters from the Department of Natural Resources and others. I worked with them on this consensus legislation, so I'll keep it brief. The Department of Natural Resources has a state park pass for seniors program called the Golden Age Pass. It's available for individuals 62 years old and older. It's a nominal fee and it's a lifetime pass. In 1980, the Golden Age Pass was established in the Natural Resources article. It was last revised in the 1990s, and it provides senior discounts for overnight camping at any state park for half the fee. This bill brings the Golden Age Pass laws into the 21st century. In addition to camping benefit, the program now offers free entry to all state parks, unlimited and free boat launching in state parks, and the bill also provides clarifying language regarding vehicles with other passengers. This is a wonderful program, and this bill gets our laws up to date. It has no fiscal impact, and there's no opposition, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
Okay, we did locate Mr. Zarzecki, so Larry, you've got 2.5 minutes. You signed up favorable.
Good afternoon, Chairman Feldman and all committee members. My name's Larry Zarzecki, and I'm a volunteer with AARP Maryland. AARP is proud to be one of the largest membership-based organizations in the state, representing nearly 850,000 people. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 312, Natural Resources State Parks Golden Age Pass. I want to also thank Senator Simonaire, who I've never met before. It's nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you, Larry.
For introducing this bill during the 2025 legislative session. AARP is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that empowers individuals to achieve their goals, strengthen communities, and advocate for critical issues affecting families, such as health care, employment, income security, retirement planning, affordable utilities, and protection from financial abuse. Senate Bill 312 establishes that the holders of the Maryland Golden Age Pass will receive free day use entry to select parks and will be exempt from boat launch fees. Additionally, the free day use pass entry will apply to anyone traveling in the same vehicle with the pass holder under specified conditions. AARP has consistently championed policies that enhance the financial security and overall well-being of older adults. Promoting access to recreational spaces like parks is just one such policy. It's believed it can improve physical and mental health while reducing financial burdens. We draw this inspiration from the U.S. National Park Service, which offers several free days throughout the year, allowing access to iconic destinations like Yosemite, Yellowstone, and the Grand Canyon for frequent visitors. The America the Beautiful National Parks and Federal Recreation Land Pass provides provides a discounted fee. In 2023, I'll skip that, we don't really need that. The positive impact of outdoor recreational on mental health is well documented with studies showing exposure to nature and can reduce depression, lower hormone stress levels, and decrease the need for certain medications. According to AARP Travel Survey, nearly 2/3 of Americans 50 and older plan to travel in 2024, 63% opting for domestic destinations. AARP Maryland strongly believes that Maryland should offer a program equivalent to the federal Golden Age Pass to ensure older adults have access to the benefits of nature and recreation within our state. We respectfully urge the committee to issue a favorable report on Senate Bill 312.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the sponsor, Senator Simonaire or Larry Zarzecki? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 312. The final two bills are from Senator McKay. Senator McKay, since Senate Bill 420, you're the only witness. Why don't we just get that over with, and then we'll take 399.
Yes, sir.
Senate Bill 420, and again, Senator McKay, you are the only witness on the bill, so why don't you present the bill?
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to bring to you and present Senate Bill 420 for your consideration. For the record, I'm Senator Mike McKay, representing Appalachia, Maryland. This bill is actually a cross-file with Delegate Jim Heimball. A little bit of a backstory, please, if I may. The bill proposes an extension of a legislative directive that began into the 2017 session when the legislation was passed to require the DNR to develop a plan and supporting budget to protect the state-owned lakes. In the following year, 2018, legislation was passed that enacted the State Lakes Protection and Restoration Fund. The fund was financed for $1 million per year for 3 years. That's FY 19, 20, and 21. The legislation was extended for another 3 years at $1 million a year. The legislation sunsets on June 30th of this year. The purpose of this legislation was to provide dedicated funding for the care of state-owned lakes, making sure that the water quality and protecting that quality. The DNR manages the funds and identifies and oversees projects. Senate Bill 420 would extend the fund for 2 years, FY 26 and 27, at $500,000 a year. I have drafted an amendment. This is originally proposed, said legislation was for 1 year, $1 million in FY 27. But given the budgetary constraints that we're in, the delegate and myself have offered, and we've crafted an amendment to the bill to just make it be $500,000 a year for the 2 years, FY 26 and 27. Look, we're just trying to be realistic. Our objectives are twofold. We want to keep the fund alive until the budgetary situation improves and we can identify sources of funding. Number two, we want to address some of the urgent quality issues that are within Deep Creek Lake. Note, because the limited funds are requested, this bill directs the portion of the funds to Deep Creek Lake versus other state-owned lakes. I'd like to explain our reasoning on that. Number one, Deep Creek Lake is by far the largest state-owned lake within having 74 miles of shoreline. It has the greatest economic impact to any other state-owned lake. Historically, 50% of the budgeted amounts for the lake protection and restoration funds have gone to Deep Creek Lake, approximately $500,000. Deep Creek Lake is aging. Happy birthday, it's 100 years old this year. Woohoo! And its anniversary is being planned this summer. Hopefully you all will attend. And it is experiencing serious water quality issues. Number five, the state benefits economically from Deep Creek Lake. For example, $4.5 million in sales tax and vacation rentals, $4.5 in property taxes and watershed property taxes, plus millions from dock fees, taxes on boat rentals, sales, food, beverages, adult beverages too. And number six, Deep Creek Lake is a state-owned lake. Point being, it is the state's best interest to protect and preserve the water quality at Deep Creek Lake. And there is a return on investment. I'll end the presentation. Thank you for allowing me to present and consider Senate Bill 420. If I have any questions, please ask me, and just make sure that we tip your waiters and waitresses, and I'll be here all weekend.
Okay, any questions for Senator McKay on Senate Bill 420? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 420, which brings us to our final bill, Senate Bill 399 from Senator McKay. I'm going to call up the panelists. I see Rob Gargiola here, Kaylee Bankston, Caitlin McCormick, and Bradley Rolfs. Bradley here, okay. And then we do have some unfavorables after that. So Senator McKay, again, we're on 399, Senate Bill 399. Take the time to present the bill that you need, okay?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 399. Nexera Energy Transmission is proposing to build a mid-Atlantic resiliency link known as MARL. The project is a 105 500 kV transmission line proposed from Pennsylvania to Virginia, including to go through Allegheny and Garrett counties, which are in my district. The transmission line is being developed because the regional grid operator, PJM, determined that through extensive analysis that it is needed to secure a reliable electricity in the region. And it will ensure that our hospitals, schools, homes will have electricity we need for the coming years. The transmission line will also provide significant economic benefit to our region. Over the 40 years of operation, the project will generate more than $450 million in revenue for Allegheny and Garrett counties. This impact will be significant to the economically challenged counties within Appalachia, Maryland. I am fortunate to attach my name to Senate Bill 399 because it provides my constituents from District 1 as much transparency as possible in the early process as to avoid some of the controversies that have happened in similar projects downstate. I'd like to compliment Nexera's public outreach during the initial stages of the line's development. The company has held more than 50 meetings with local stakeholders to educate them and seek feedback. They will continue their outreach campaign in the upcoming months with opening houses to the community, and then will file the application within the PSC for the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity for approval on the transmission line. The PSC holds the authority to review and approve the transmission lines in Maryland. Nexera has explained to me that one of the possible routes through the district would parallel the existing right-of-way for the First Energy transmission line. This path makes very, very good sense to me because it would have the least impact to the homes, businesses, viewshed within the community. Now, Senate Bill 399 preserves an option for the line to stay as close to the existing First Energy line. The First Energy line was put into operation before the state had the wildland designation. Therefore, I am asking to seek legislative approval via the Senate Bill 399 to withdraw a small portion of the wildlands from the designation so that the MARL line can be as parallel to the First Energy line. It is very important to note that the MARL transmission line is not approved during the CPCN process or chooses to go a different route. This legislation is not available for any other transmission company to cross the wildlands. It's only for this particular one. Thank you for your consideration, and I ask for support of Senate Bill 399.
Okay, thank you, Senator McKay. Mr. Gargiola, you want to go next? Everybody else is going to be, I'm going to put you on the clock because, just because, 2.5 minutes? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Rob Gargiola with Compass Advocacy here on behalf of NextEra Energy in favor of Senate Bill 399. I want to thank Senator McKay for his leadership in advancing this bill and for assisting in the outreach to communities in Garrett and Allegheny County. I do want to say that this bill is not about being for or against a particular transmission project in Western Maryland. This bill is about giving DNR and the Public Service Commission when NextEra applies for a CPCN later this year, the option to run parallel to an existing transmission line, which would be less impactful to residents, businesses, and farmers in Western Maryland. This potential route paralleling the existing Potomac-Edison transmission line would mean less forest clearing, less wetlands and stream impacts, and less greenfield impacts. This potential route would also mean much less new transmission mileage in Maryland, which means less cost. Unfortunately, the Potomac-Edison transmission line that NextEra potentially may run parallel to bisects 3 wildlands in Garrett and Allegheny counties. This legislation, Senate Bill 399, is necessary to be able to even traverse those wildlands, which is why the bill was introduced. The bill is narrowly tailored. It specifically mentions NextEra and its related affiliates, so no one else, would be able to traverse these 3 particular wildlands. It also references running parallel within the vicinity of an existing transmission line that was constructed before these wildlands came to be. And finally, which is very important, it also necessitates that after the DNR does its review, the PSC and other state agencies, that a CPCN is granted. If a CPCN is not granted, this legislation won't affect anything. If the CPCN or the PSC decides a different route is preferred, similarly, it is as narrowly tailored as can be to have a route that essentially would largely potentially run adjacent to an existing transmission line. And for all the reasons that Senator McKay raised, we would urge a favorable report. Without this legislation, this option would be off the table, and the Public Service Commission could not consider running parallel, essentially, to an existing transmission line. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Kaylee Bankston, Director of State and Government Affairs for NextEra Energy.
Okay, Ms. Bankston, you're going to be on the 2.5-minute clock. Okay.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 399. Thank you, Senator McKay, for your leadership on this bill as well. I'm here today with my colleagues Caitlin McCormick and Brad Rolfes, representing NextEra Energy Transmission Mid-Atlantic. NextEra Energy Transmission is a subsidiary of NextEra Energy. We are a leading competitive electric transmission company in North America. NEAT call ourselves NEAT. NEAT develops, finances, constructs, operates, and maintains transmission assets across North America. We currently have 10 operating projects with a total capex of $3.3 billion. As has been stated, we are developing the Marl transmission line. The project consists of a new transmission line, approximately 105 miles long. It's a 500 kV line that would run from Frederick County, Virginia to Greene County, Pennsylvania, including a section in your lovely state here, running through Allegheny and Garrett counties. The line was selected by the regional grid operator, PJM, to ensure that the region has reliable electric power for decades to come. I echo the comments here that approval by the General Assembly is required in order to exempt or withdraw any property from a Maryland designated wildland. Again, as Rob and Senator McKay have stated, we are trying to have the least amount of impact in the community as possible. We've heard that feedback from the community. My colleague Caitlin has been out taking all of these local meetings, and we are trying to run an, as Rob has said, we're not trying to presuppose the route that the line will take, but instead have the least impact possible, and we believe that running parallel to the existing line is the best way to do that. The ultimate siting power of the transmission line sits with the PSC during the CPCN process. So the passage of this bill does not approve this transmission line or any other line. It is simply allowing for a small exemption, an exemption of a small portion of the wildlands to provide for an option for Marl to run efficiently. As was stated, if NEAT determines that an alternative route is preferred after receiving additional stakeholder feedback, or that if the PSC directs us to adopt an alternative route, we will not cross the wildlands and the designation will remain. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McCormick, you want to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 399. What I wanted to reiterate is some of the remarks that my colleagues have made is that we're in the initial stages of project development, but our team has held over 50 meetings with stakeholders in Maryland to seek their feedback regarding this project. We will also be hosting public meetings to obtain additional feedback on the potential routing alternatives. The project will generate an estimated $400 to $450 million to be paid and benefit the local communities in Maryland over the 40-year life of the project. The project will provide reliable electricity for hospitals, fire departments, and other essential services. We look forward to being a community partner and successfully completing this project. Be happy to welcome any questions or comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, why don't you play clean up here? Tell us your name.
Thank you very much. I'd like to echo the comments made by my two colleagues here. Senator McKay, thank you for sponsoring this bill. It is our goal to be least impactful to the environment as practicable. We've been, as Caitlin mentioned, doing outreach with local, state, and federal entities, gathering data and entering data sharing agreements to get the most publicly available data we can to make the most informed decision. As we work through the process that Caitlin mentioned, through the siting and routing process, it'll be ultimately up to the PSC, but our goal is to be transparent with the public and to provide the best path forward. And that is my end of my statement. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Senator McKay or any of the panelists? Senator Carrozza.
I'll be brief. This is Senator McKay because it's been echoed less impactful, and I'm thinking you're thinking of your constituents. Could you just expand on what that means to your constituents as far as less impactful?
Yeah, so when I found out that this was going to be a subject that we were going to discuss in the legislature this year, I got in front of this, got in front of the bus, grabbed the horns of the bull, and said, look, I want to make sure that I'm on this bill to make sure that my people know exactly what's happening. And so that's exactly what we did. As to the impact, we needed to make sure that I was as knowledgeable as possible. And one of the first things is I met with some of the people from the Farm Bureau, and then also wanted to make sure that aligning it as close to the Potomac-Edison line as possible would make sure. In addition, if we don't go through the wildlands, this line, I would suggest, will have to go around the wildlands and actually would have more impact to some of the communities of farmland, trees, and the environment.
So that was my point. So the less impactful is tying it to the existing infrastructure.
Correct.
That when you're using that term less, and I understand your point about transparency with your constituents, but there's this less impactful is the disruption if it were not along the lines of the existing infrastructure.
Correct. Okay. And by going along and taking more of the wildlands, my understanding is it may add 4 or 5 more miles onto the actual loop whenever it is determined if we don't use the existing wildland transmission line that is already going through there.
Therefore, impacting less constituents.
Well, it's going to impact less this way compared to the other.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional
questions, Senator?
Any additional questions for the panel here? Okay, seeing none, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have some witnesses on the unfavorable side of things. I'm going to call up Steve Storick. Mr. Storick, I've got Betsy Nicholas. Is Betsy Nicholas here?
Betsy told me she had to leave.
Okay.
She has a colleague who's online.
Yes, well, we've got 2 witnesses at least signed up online. We've got Kurt Schwartz and Brett Walls are virtual, unfavorable. So Mr. Stork, we're going to start with you, unfavorable, and then we'll go to our virtual witnesses, okay?
Thank you.
And you're going to be like everybody else on the 2.5-minute clock, okay?
Chairman, Vice Chairman's gone. Senators, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Steve Stork. I'm a 30-year resident of Garrett County, and I live in the second most legislatively protected land in our state, the Youghiogheny Wild River Scenic Corridor. I come here as a private citizen to ask you to uphold the Wildland Preservation System statute and the related COMAR regulations by returning an unsatisfactory report for Senate Bill 399. I understand the passing bills in Annapolis is about relationships. and most of you don't know me, but you may know my work. For the last 3 years, I've worked with the Chesapeake Conservancy to provide you and conservation leaders throughout the Bay with maps and data-driven products to help you make informed decisions about legislation and policy, the type of information that seems to be missing from Senate Bill 399. My longest running project is supporting the Chesapeake Bay Protected Lands Indicator to monitor progress on protected lands in Bay-wide. In 2022, 360,000 acres of military lands were removed from the Protected Land Indicator because, even though managed for conservation like wildlands, these lack permanent protection, which wildlands do not. It's very similar to the action before you today. When I look at the transmission-related bills in the legislative session, I feel like we've been thrown into a game of protected lands Jenga. NextEra and their willing teammates have a strategy to take out all the bottom pieces. Woodland, wildlands here today, forest conservation, endangered bat habitat protection, and the 3 irreplaceable natural areas co-located with the wildlands in this bill. The strategy is to remove protected land regulatory protections, to reduce costs, as you heard, and increase profitability. They're pretty good at this. In the last 2 years, they've earned $7 billion in profits. Well, respectfully, I ask you to hold to the rules. You are the rule makers. The intent of the Wildland Preservation Statute is to keep these lands, the most sensitive habitats in our state, protected in perpetuity. COMAR regs specifically prohibit the type of industrial scale development in these wildlands. If there is a critical public need, COMAR provides a specific pathway for that. It's the governor. The governor can come to you with a proposal, but after public engagement. These 50 meetings that they're talking about have not occurred in Garrett County. You're the stewards of the wildland preservation system, not the Public Services Commission. I was shocked to see that they don't even have environmental impacts as a criteria for considering transmission lines. In my opinion, starting the public conversation on this transmission line in our county should not begin with secretly taking our wildlands, even speculatively, with a bill in Annapolis. The conversation should start in our town halls with real details so our community can determine the best pathway forward before coming to Annapolis. I thank you for considering my remarks and my written testimony that has many more details in your deliberations.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Let's take the 2 virtual witnesses. Mr. Schwartz, you're signed up unfavorable, and unmute yourself, and then you're on the 2.5-minute clock, okay? Mr. Schwartz, so why don't you proceed?
Honored Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Kurt Schwartz, and I am here on behalf of the Maryland Ornithological Society, a statewide volunteer organization devoted to the study, enjoyment, and protection of birds and their habitat. We have over 2,000 members and 15 chapters in Maryland. The Maryland Ornithological Society strongly opposes SB 399. I'll try to keep this short as I know it's been a long hearing. SB 399 would permit construction of construction of overhead transmission lines in 3 state wildlands: Big Savage Mountain, Bear Pen, and Dan's Mountain. All 3 wildlands are type 1, which means they are virtually untouched by civilization and ecologically vulnerable to human interference. Dan's Mountain is an important bird area, meaning it supports a sizable proportion of at-risk bird species. Savage Mountain falls within the Savage River Important Bird Area. Bear Paw has a large, unbroken forest that, according to the Department of Natural Resources, shows characteristics of old growth. These 3 wildlands are in unbroken forest, which are valuable to forest interior dwelling bird species. Forest interior dwelling bird species are in steep decline, and this explains why Dan's Mountain and Big Savage Mountain are classified as important bird areas. Overhead transmission lines fragment habitat, making it less suitable for forest interior dwelling bird species. Support roads for those lines further fragment the forests. This bill sets a terrible precedent. If 3 wildlands can be opened for development, So can the other 35 wildlands in Maryland. The wildland system was established in 1973 and protects a total of 65,956 acres. Our members visit these wildlands to admire the birds that live there. Big Savage Mountain, Bear Pen, and Dan's Mountain wildlands all provide valuable habitat for our declining bird populations. North America has lost over 30% of its birds since 1970. Loss of habitat is one of the major causes of these declines. We urge the committee to issue an unfavorable report on SB 399 to save these wildlands from development and avoid setting a precedent that would encourage development in other wildlands. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Mr. Walls next, and then we'll take questions. Mr. Walls, you're on the 2.5-minute clock, and you're signed up unfavorable.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brett Walls. I'm your Upper Potomac River Keeper. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but weathering the storm and keeping an eye on all my farm animals. I'm out here in Western Maryland. I am here to advocate for preservation of Maryland's wildlands, a system that has been in place since 1973 to safeguard our most pristine natural areas. Over the years, Maryland has designated 38 separate wildland areas totaling nearly 66,000 acres, each of which plays a critical role in maintaining the health of our environment, protecting endangered species, and providing Marylanders with the opportunity to experience nature at its most untouched. Under the Maryland Code of Regulation, the purpose of the wildland system is clear: to preserve these areas in their natural state, unimpaired for future generations. These lands are not simply parks or recreational areas, they're vital ecosystems, including Type 1 wildlands, which protect ecological sensitive watersheds, and Type 2 wildlands, which are key to scientific research and natural processes. Unfortunately, SB 399 threatens this system by allowing overhead transmission lines, additional overhead transmission lines through these three wildlands: Big Savage Mountain, Big Bear Pen, and Dan's Mountain. Areas have been preserved for ecological significance. Each of these wildlands are listed as Type 1. Big Savage Mountain, for instance, has been a wildland since 1973 and has been untouched for 52 years since the previous transmission line was put in. The construction of these transmission lines would cut another 200-foot path through these preserved wildlands, irreparably damaging critical habitats for both terrestrial and aquatic species. As the Upper Potomac River Keeper, my mission is clear: to protect our clean water and the health of our river habitats. The wildland system is essential to this mission, and SB 399 undermines the very integrity of Maryland's preservation laws. If we allow this bill to pass, we set a dangerous precedent where profit-driven interests can take precedence over the public good. I respectfully urge this committee to return an unfavorable decision on SB 399 to protect Maryland's wildlands for future generations. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for either our in-person panelists or the two virtual witnesses? Unfavorable? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 399 and concludes our bill hearings for today. So thank you for your testimony. Before we adjourn, I don't want anybody going to any committee dinners that have been canceled. So I just want to remind everybody there had been a committee dinner scheduled for tonight at 6 o'clock due to the weather. It has been canceled and rescheduled for next week, February 19th. And with that, and also there was a phone left on the on the microwave in the kitchen, and that looks like it may have been Senator Mary Washington's. We're in session in the floor, and as far as the witnesses, I mean, I think sessions, plan to be here at 1 o'clock for hearings and the session, at 10 o'clock. So, okay, with that, pretty long day, but this meeting is hereby adjourned.